where is this going to go, which way is it going to go, and Tobago elections are always unpredictable, and that's why I love it. I just love Tobago.
I had a conversation with a gentleman about 2 days ago. We were just talking, predictions, what we thought, what we felt, and at the end he said to me, Lavian, I don't trust Tobagonians at polls. When it comes to elections, I don't trust them at polls. And that resonated and stuck with me over the past couple days. Getting preliminary reports that the voter turnout today was low.
Oh yes, and that was a bit shocking because we know the last THA elections we saw a voter turnout of about 56%, and we know that naturally on the island the voter turnout usually ranges from 56 to 60%. In 2013 we saw the largest voter turnout of 70%,
yes.
But 2013 Tobago and 2026 Tobago, it's a different Tobago, different circumstances,
Indeed.
Different types of political tension. So I'm really looking forward to see how Tobagonians voted this THA elections. What about you?
But with the anticipation and the build-up of this election, taking April 28 into consideration, because the general election, I wouldn't say set a precedence or a tone, but the developments thereafter would have festered whatever it is that citizens feel in the atmosphere, whether it's economic or social development, but there is a particular feel, and there is a feel of unrest as well. And so April 28 general election would have sort of set a tone for today, and so persons were actually expecting that this would have been a replica of 2013.
Okay, yes.
A lot of persons thought, hey, Tobagonians, you don't know what will happen. They like to jump up with you today, and then tomorrow they ain't vote for you.
Votes, yes.
So a lot of persons were alluding to an opinion that this election might have been a replica of 2013, but now to hear that the preliminary report indicates that a low voter turnout. I went to the polls sometime closer to 3 p.m. and I was consecutive number 148.
Wow, that's very low. That is extremely low, and it makes you question why are Tobagonians not exercising their democratic right? Because we know that election season, it's sweet, the pick on the social media, the motorcade, but it really comes down to you actually voting. Is it that Tobagonians are comfortable? Maybe they are okay. They probably tell themselves that whoever they would like to vote for, they're going and win, so I don't have to vote. So I will just relax home and whatever happens, happens. But Lavian, I'm really interested to see just exactly what the numbers tell us. Yes, what the numbers tell us. Because the thing is, we could always postulate, we could always give a projection, but one thing we have learned over the years, especially where THA elections are concerned, is that you have to wait for those ballots to be counted. Definitely.
We have to. Well, viewers, we would have started off the day this morning at 6:15 a.m. sharp with sunrise, and as promised, we are taking you right down until the final ballot is counted and the Tobago House of Assembly 2026 election is called. We have a pretty good lineup for you this evening. We will be having two very interactive panels. We'll be having the expert panel that would be headed by Mr. Jerry McFarlane, and with a lovely panel, as I said, lined up. We will also be having guests coming in during the intervals via the Zoom link that will be dropping in to be a part of the discourse with us. But very interestingly, we also will be having a youth panel, because if you paid attention over the past almost 6-week campaign, youth would have held their own on the podiums, Luke.
On both sides.
They would have held their own.
Noticed that the young people, we are speaking up. And,
yes.
Even though it's different political ideologies, what I really appreciated is that not only are the candidates contesting, they are young, but we also had those who are not contesting, they are able to stand up on a podium and articulate themselves on both sides, the People's National Movement and the Tobago People's Party. So it makes us know and have that assurance that this historical pattern of elections only being catered to the older folks. That is a thing of the past. Now we can expect anybody, probably someone fresh out of sixth form or high school, once they are of the legal age, to contest a seat on the island of Tobago. And it's also a reflection of what the island of Tobago produces that our young people can, get involved in that civic duty. And it's something that made the election season a bit more enjoyable, a bit more palatable, because you were able to see and hear perspectives from different generations.
Of course, and we certainly enjoyed that. So this evening, some of the guests on our panel will be Carol Ann Birchwood James, Abeni Taylor, Sonny Craig, and that's the adult panel, but we will also be having David Abdullah. He will be dropping in. Martin George, that's prominent attorney Martin George, David Abdullah of the MSJ. We'll also be having Dr. Justin Ram, an economist. He would be dropping in again. Dr. Sean Ned, no stranger, chairman of the PDP. He will also be dropping in to take part in that conversation. And on the youth panel, we have none other than Jada Charles, Jasha Degans, and Alex Job having that conversation. We also have Chanel Felix will be a part of the adult panel. And of course, Luke, my co-host here, he
Yes.
will be moderating the youth panel this evening. So in and out, besides that, Luke, please tell people what else we have in store for them.
Well, viewers, we will be giving you live updates from the party headquarters. So now and then, while we are here chatting and yapping and, keeping you all engaged, we'll be touching in to just see what the energy is like at the TPP headquarters, the PNM headquarters, IDA, and I think Unity of the People will be contesting also. Right, so wherever the headquarters are located, we will be there just to try our best to give you those live updates of the numbers. As soon as they come in, we're going to switch back over to the host and we're going to let you know what we are receiving these preliminary results. Now, Lavian, what can we expect with this election? Because I was telling somebody, it all comes down to so many things. One thing I would have told someone, it comes down to how the candidates canvass. And why did I say that? I think there is this practice on the island that if you think a particular household has an ideology opposite to you, just pass the house straight. Little do you know that one conversation, just you straying up to the yard, can actually change somebody's opinion. So I'm really looking forward to see and feel and hear how the candidates would have canvassed on the ground, because it's not just about reaching the people in your party. You have to reach all Tobagonians. What are your thoughts on that, Lavian?
As you touched on passing that house straight, that house could possibly have a Gen Z living
correct.
there.
Oh, yes,
and Gen Zs are a lot more objective in thinking than the previous generations. And so you could be missing out on that one life-changing ballot that would have been cast in your favor. So, of course, the way the parties campaign. But even as we speak to how the parties did campaign, we saw that the People's National Movement tried their best to keep a very clean campaign in comparison to past ones in 2021 specifically, where persons would have given the party licks on social media for different statements that were made or different as they call them, propagandist pages, and what those would have said, and just things that would have circulated within the social media domain that would not have rubbed the persons in the right way. Yeah, and so as we see that they refrain from that. I mean, coming down to the end, we did see Chief Secretary Fali Augustine. He got some licks from his comment made on Sterling Timothy. That's the People's National Movement candidate for Bethel New Grange. And so I think political parties, both of them, I think both major political parties would have tried their best. Of course, they had fumbles, but then, I mean, even when you speak to campaigning, the People's National Movement also picked up quite a momentum from persons expecting the PNM to be dead, because there were comments like that being made, to the PNM picking up quite a momentum coming into this election.
Yes, Lavian, I agree with you on that point. I think if we are to look at the PNM in 2021 versus the People's National Movement now, I think in 2021, their whole energy felt a bit more every man for themselves. But now we are seeing a bit more unity within the camp. I know that the political leader would have described the PNM Tobago Council as the quote-unquote new PNM. So we saw differences in their campaign strategies. We saw the more united front. Like you said, even though the usual Tobago pick-on went around, it wasn't as intense as the 2021 elections or even 2013, because the 2013 elections we had the Calcutta scandals and the Prime Minister Kamala Prasad coming to the island of Tobago, and 2021 it was the zipline scandal. Now we had so many issues, but I don't think they were so how to explain it. they were so prevalent or prominent as the previous scandals that we would have observed. It was a expected campaign. Like I told someone, I find the campaign trail this year was a bit boring.
Really?
Yeah, I find it was a bit boring.
The only thing there was, and that's a as per usual thing, and it's not robbing persons right in this day and age, in this season, is where last minute we say, this one did give a contract, no, you did give a contract, who didn't give a contract, and there's the contract.
The contract.
Yeah, and the thing is, somebody just call the police now.
Yeah, I think the contract issue.
It's tired.
It's tired because
it's
nothing is materializing. It's always the same narrative.
That is it.
And I think that Tobagonians are getting smarter, I should say. So they are able to spot out when you are just dragging something versus when something is an actual and real issue. And it brings me now to comment on the Tobago People's Party's campaign strategies. I think on analysis, when you look at the party, they present themselves as a party that's a living organism. So it grows with the needs of the people of Tobago. So we wouldn't expect to see the same thing from last campaign. It's always something fresh, something new. For example, the launch of their blueprint. It mirrored somewhat, if you pay attention to Apple when they are launching a new device, that innovative, fresh, modern feel. And that is what the party has always represented to the people on the island, that this is a party that is fresh, this is a party that is new, and most importantly, this is a party that is interested in advancing not only themselves, but the interests of Tobagonians.
But even on that though, I think I have to also add that historically, Tobagonians have been a people that gravitated to homegrown parties.
You're correct.
And I think even when the PNM was able to finally sink their roots deep into Tobago, it was because Ochoa had fallen apart, But I think really and truly Tobagonians, we have always, gravitated to a homegrown party. And so I think homegrown parties that actually really resonate with us and touch us
as Tobagonians, correct.
There will always be a support, but then we cannot deny that the roots of the People's National Movement, whether in Tobago or in Trinidad, go very deep. It's not the first time that we've seen the People's National Movement on their knees, and it's not going to be the last time, but it's also not going to be the last time that we see them regroup and come back. And I think that political parties sometimes they spend the entire 6-week campaign period, and your campaign is anti-People's National Movement, and then you win the election. You get in there and the celebratory mood goes on for so long that you take your eyes off the People's National Movement while you're celebrating and take for granted, because you will often hear these parties say, that is it, the PNM is dead, but you can't.
And I think, Lavian, overall, both parties would have run a very valiant campaign. We expected the energy from the People's National Movement. I think it was commendable. It is an improvement from the 2021 January and December elections. They are presenting themselves as people who are trying to, be new. But at the end of the day, it doesn't come down to us or them. It comes down to the people of Tobago to make the decision of whether or not this party might be an attractive option. And, on the other hand, the Tobago People's Party always doing something new, something innovative, something to really keep us on our knees. And I think that it proves to us that democracy is alive on the island, regardless of how Tobagonians vote. The democracy on the island is alive. And at the end of the day, like old people say, we have to live together at the end of this, Lavian. So, the adversarial politics, the fighting against each other, it doesn't help us, because as Tobagonians, that is not who we are. We don't, fight against each other. We come together to fight against those who are fighting against
us. Correct.
So that is the type of...
If we have to fight internally, it's because, it might be a country to tongue thing, but if you're classified an outsider, that is what you are. Okay. That is what you are, but no, we've never... And, it would have really been daunting and disheartening to see the altercations between supporters yesterday in Bonaccord, and I think there was an incident in Mary's Hill with opposing sides physically fighting, getting physical. That was really sad, but it was refreshing today to see Ansel Dennis and Keegan Dinoon embrace each other. And, even Mr. Dinoon going on to say that, Mr. Dennis will continue to be friends. They are friends. and they will continue to be friends in and out of the election season. It's always sad to see persons fight over political allegiance and affiliation. You know, it's not that serious.
So, Lavian, I want to ask you a very probing question. I know what's going on, what's flying in the space are projections. What are the election projections? From your perspective, what do you think the turnout is going to look like?
Well, first of all, to start off at Tobago Updates, our statistical crew will have earmarked 4 constituencies as battleground constituencies. And those are Buku Mount Pleasant, of course, for obvious reasons. We have Ansel Dennis and Keegan De Noon there. Darrell Spring Wim, we have Ricky Jofield and Kelvin Morris there. But also because Kelvin Morris would have won by 3 votes last time. And I think that Ansel Dennis, he lost by about 3 or 4 votes.
4 votes, yes,
last time as well. And then in Signal Hill, even though the People's National Movement candidate is new on the scene, going up against Nigel Tate, that constituency was also within the margin,
21,
yes,
21 votes,
right? And then there was one more, I think, was it Plymouth Blackrock?
I would like to believe so, but we have to refer to the notes.
I'm not a numbers person, yes.
I'm not a number, but what I would say to
it was under the 100 marker for the margin.
Oh yes, there are about 4 seats where the last elections, you know, that margin was about 136, 180. Yes. And you know what data and statistic tells us is that over time, every time a political candidate goes up for election, naturally their voter will decrease. We call it voter erosion. So if those seats are to follow that pattern, it's going to be a close race for all the candidates. But overall, what I will say, it comes down to how our political parties were able to mobilize their resources in particular areas, you know, how they were able to keep their supporters from the last 2021 elections. And Lavian, I'm apolitical, so I don't really support any party. And I love being apolitical because it allows me to understand the perspectives on both sides and to really intimately appreciate where each side is coming from. And I think, again, Tobago elections, it always comes down to mobilization of your resources, you know, just to keep that energy going, to keep your people going, and then the results usually favor your outcome. But you know, Lavian, we just want to let our viewers know that as soon as the numbers come in, we will be updating you all. The polls closed just about 30 minutes ago, so by around 7 p.m. we should be getting some numbers coming in, and we're going to let you all know what the numbers are looking like. But we got to get them ready for the 6:30 news.
We have to get them ready for the 6:30 news. We're almost there. Again, look out for the expert panel and also the youth panel. And yours truly, I would be your statistical
reporter? Statistical reporter, yes.
I will be bringing all the statistics to you this evening as we go through the election process. Right down, we will be updating you even on polling stations and which candidate is in the lead and how is it looking. And finally, when a seat is called, as promised, Tobago Updates Television, we did promise you live coverage and of course a complete and total coverage of the Tobago House of Assembly election 2026. It is getting closer to 6:30 p.m. and it's time for us to get ready to head on over to the news in a little bit. All right, but Luke, even as we get ready for the news, because there's so much for the people to be updated on, I want to speak a bit about the other electoral districts, even though the ones that we would have pinpointed and said, yes, these are battlefields. But there are other ones that were just a bit ticklish, contentious. Like, for instance, I want to keep my eye on Miss North Mariah. Because, you know, there was all that uproar over Whitey Ian Pollard going back, and, you know, who wanted him to go back up, who didn't want him to go back. So I definitely want to keep my eyes on that. All right, so viewers, as promised, we do have correspondents out there in the field. And so we are going to go to Natalie Seeley out there at the People's National Movement headquarters up there in Robinson Street to give us an update. Natalie, good evening. And what's the feel like in the PNM camp this evening? All right.
While we wait for her to hear us, Lavian, we are expecting probably more updates from different headquarters. I know the TPP headquarters, we have a setup there. We have an IDA
Of course.
headquarters. And I want to talk a bit about the IDA as, you know, the other party in the race. You know, sometimes people underestimate the power of third parties, but if you look at the last election, especially in the contentious Buku Mount Pleasant seat, the IDA pulled about 30 votes. And those 30 votes, if they were allocated probably to the People's National Movement or even the then PDP, it could have gone any which
Would
way.
have made quite a difference.
So it's really interesting to see if in this elections the IDA is going to follow that pattern of actually deciding how the marginal votes are going to go. But you know, we should never underestimate a third party, because I know old people that say one wonders full bucket, but in this context, every single vote counts. Just 1, 2, 3 can make a huge difference of who will be the assemblyman for that area. Lavian, take us back to elections for you as a younger child. What was it like?
Honestly, as a child, I listened attentively, and I think that the voter thought process at that time would have more been a party loyalist type.
Okay.
I think in that time, a lot of persons around my age group would have grown up in either a die-hard PNM house or a die-hard NA house, you know. And so that is what that was like, that experience was like for me. So I did grow up in a house that had allegiance to one political party. But for me, that is not how I saw things. Obviously, as you grow older, education, exposure shows you objectivity. And so I would have veered away from that. Viewers, as we continue the conversation, we want to head to Natalie Seeley out there at the People's National Movement camp up there at Robinson Street in Scarborough. Natalie, good evening. Are you hearing us? And tell us, how is the feel up at the People's National Movement camp this evening?
Good evening, Lavian, and welcome to our viewers on Tobago Updates Television. Well, it's raining. I am outside the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement uptown Scarborough, and it's quiet. I mean, the polls have closed at 6, and it's just after 6:30. There are a few PNM members on the inside. None of the candidates are around as yet, and some of the supporters are now trickling in. So nothing much going on here as yet, but I anticipate as the evening progresses, it will get a lot busier here. So back to you, Lavian.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much. So viewers, that was Natalie out there at the People's National Movement camp right here in Scarborough, uptown Scarborough. That is Robinson Street. Of course, Luke, no matter the results this evening, whether it's 1 seat, 2, 5, the People's National Movement is going to make sure that they eat that food. You know, we always talk about that pot of food that is left if a camp lost an election. Yes. But it does not matter the number of seats this evening. Once the People's National Movement gains any sort of traction, gets any kind of seat, they are going to be celebrating. And I think that the People's National Movement also has taken into consideration that what is garnered now, even the support, even if they lose a seat, but they pay attention to the statistics, and it showed that they were close, that between April 28th and now, there was a growth in the support. That is also going to set the stage for the local government election in Trinidad. I think sometimes we take for granted that one election influences another.
Correct.
2021 would have taught us that. When we had the 6-6 deadlock, what would have happened to me, in my opinion, there were persons that were willing to vote against the People's National Movement and look for this change. And there were persons that would have thought, we're done here already, or that might have been reluctant to change. But when they saw that there was a 6-6 and they realized, wait, other people want this change and support it, a lot of those people that voted for the People's National Movement to give them that 6-6 in that January of 2021 voted against them in December of 2021. One election does influence another. And so even Trinidadians are paying attention to see, is it that Tobagonians are swaying further away from the People's National Movement, or is there some sort of discontent in the air that persons are looking now at the People's National Movement as a possibility, again, as a steady hand during a time of uncertainty? And so keeping in mind that one election will influence and does influence another, the People's National Movement, no matter the seats that they garner tonight, they are going to be celebrating in camp.
I understand, Lavian, and it also speaks to whether or not the People's National Movement, with them being the opposition, if they were able to have a true appreciation to the strategies needed for opposition politics. Because it's one thing when you are in government, you have the power, you know what to do. But when you no longer have that power, how do you regain the trust of people, and more specifically Tobagonians? Because I know the last THA elections, a lot of people would have come to the firm decision and that united front that maybe 21 years was enough for the People's National Movement and it was time to give a new party a chance. I'm really looking forward to see just how well the People's National Movement was able to, apologize to the people who felt like they should have been apologized to, connect with them and really get down to those grassroots bases and really connect with the people of Tobago and say, listen, we probably would have made a mistake. This is how we plan to remedy that mistake. These are our plans for the future. But then again, that is all dependent on whether or not the island of a whole probably are not pleased with the Tobago People's Party. I think if we listen on the ground and we listen to this space, we haven't been really hearing that united, like, okay, this is enough for the TPP. We have not really been hearing that. We're hearing little, grievances in certain areas, but it does not mirror that united effect we saw in the 2021 THA elections. So it could really go either which way, to be very honest. Like I said earlier, this is just my projections. It all comes down to one strategy and the mobilization of those resources. And that is what I'm looking forward to. See if the numbers supports that. See if the numbers supports that.
I take resources into consideration. Yes, mobilizing your resources. But I think that there is an element of elections which is actually touching the consciousness and the hearts of persons. Okay. And being able to sway, the best candidates you have is either, the best candidates you have two of the better elements, which are electability, the charisma, or persons, like you, might not like you, you're able to connect with people, and also knowledge base, what resources are you as a human resource, what are you going to bring to an election, to a parliament, to a sitting government. So that's a technocratic part of it. And so I'm not sure that many of the candidates, even on both sides, they felt not that much reachable.
You say that?
Yeah. I some of them, they lacked that charisma to connect with persons.
Okay. Well, before we get into that, we're going to put a pin there and we're going to get back to that point. But viewers, we're going to switch over to reporter Joel Green-George, who is at the Tobago People's Party headquarters. Miss George, good afternoon. And are you hearing me? Okay, so we seem to be having some technical difficulties. That's natural. But Lavian, on your point with the candidates and charisma, I think on both sides, I would like to, let's start with the People's National Movement. So we had some very young candidates. We had the Shone John, we had the Akil guy, we had the Sterling Timothy. And those are candidates that different demographics of young people can relate to for different reasons. When you look at the Tobago People's Party, their slogan was Tobago Tobago is we. So we had the local vernacular, the Tobago Creole. So the party itself already feels organic to Tobagonians. We would have looked at their campaign strategies. We were seeing the tambourine, the violin, people doing the heelan too. This type of culture we see during our Tobago heritage, and it just mirrors the party's broader mandate to be a Tobago organic party. Right. But in terms of the candidates themselves, I know usually when my friends and I are speaking, we always like to say who our favorite candidate on both sides.
Because there is that heartstring part. I mean, even the United States has used it for many years, for generations. That is why you would have a president that's married to a beautiful wife with beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair, and they have 2 cute boys. No, it all goes, there's a storyline behind a candidate that persons fall in love with. Taking into consideration, Tobago fell in love with Chief Secretary Fali Augustine. I mean, I know I wasn't the only woman looking at his proposal and crying, oh my God, look at this, and all the flowers and everything. We fell in love with this country boy that was so humble, that didn't mind catching the bus, that you could have got on the phone at any point in time, that couldn't dance, but you know, he still tried, and he loved this beautiful country girl, and he married her, and they had this beautiful baby. Like, there was nobody in Tobago. He gave Tobagonians of this day what Robinson would have gave to our mothers and grandmothers, and so Tobago as a whole, as a people, fell in love with Fali Augustine and fell in love with the story and fell in love with the potential and the possibility of what he could have done and blossomed into. And of course, Tobagonians, we are clannish people. We know it doesn't matter if we fight internally. We believe that we boy, that we own. You understand? And we fell in love with our we own. And so he is a career politician, but not a lot of politicians have charisma, and they might not have like what he has, and has the electability that he has. But I'm going to stick to my point that a lot of them you couldn't connect with. There was nothing to fall in love with. There was nothing to like, to rally behind, to cheer behind, and that's on both sides.
And you know, Lavian, it takes me back to when I was younger, and my grandfather and I would speak about politics. He would have informed us that, you know, when it comes to politics, people want to like who they are voting for. And people also like to see parts of themselves in you, in your life. And, you know, as a politician, if you want to contest and have this kind of closed-off, reserve type persona or charisma about yourself, it's not going to resonate with people at large, and by extent, Tobagonians, because we want to know who you are as an individual, where you come from, who's your family. When they hear your last name, they start to put the family tree together. And like you said, I think the Chief Secretary, he would have mastered that to a science. There is always that, okay, this is someone who feels like a part of my family. This feels like someone I could sit down and eat a plate of bus-up shut with.
We all felt like we raised the file, even though we didn't.
And I think also on the point of the PNM candidates this election, they would have started adopting some of those strategies.
Well, I actually have some comments on that, but let's stick a pin there.
Stick a pin.
And we're going to go to Joel at the Tobago People's Party headquarters right here at the Port Mall, downtown Scarborough. Joel, persons gathering already. What is the feel? Even though I know you're outside, but what are you feeling and seeing out there?
So good evening, and we are here live in front of the TPP office in the Port Mall, and right now we are waiting on the TPP to open their doors to us. They've just come in from the different polling stations, and the polls have been closed for the last 40 minutes. It's 6:40 right now, and we are in a state of readiness and waiting, because we have not had any tallies come in yet. And as we have been speaking to the candidates, the TPP candidates, we spoke to Megan Morrison, we spoke with the Chief Secretary, Fali Augustine, and we were able to meet and speak with Dr. Faith Brebner. And as we spoke to them, they all seemed very confident and ready to continue their term in office for another 4 years. So we're looking forward to, they're looking forward to continuing their mandate, and the mandate that they've started. And, they have a manifesto that they've called the Blueprint, and they've rolled that out earlier this year, and they're looking forward to some of the things that they've put forward in that blueprint.
All right, Joel, thank you so much for that. Joel Green George out there at the Tobago People's Party headquarters right here on the Port Mall, downtown Scarborough, Tobago. We also have a correspondent out there at the IDA, and we will be going to that. But right before we went to Joel, we were talking about candidate picks. And I have a few thoughts on the People's National Movement,
Okay.
and I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one that noticed it, but I think that the People's National Movement, this election, they tried a PDP.
You think so?
I think they tried a PDP 2021, January 2021. When you look at the lineup now, the People's National Movement is what, 64 years old? How old is the People's National Movement?
Thereabouts.
When the People's National Movement choose candidates, you expect a particular statesmanship. They are a very old party. Their legacy goes back, dates back for how long they've been the political party that has been in governance of Trinidad and Tobago for the longest, if you compile the tenures. And so I realized that the Tobago People's Party, they tried a more grassroots type candidate selection this year. Again, different from what you will expect from the People's National Movement, because again, you would expect that degree of statesmanship. I am hoping to see. I want to see how it will work out in their favor. I want to see how it will work out in their favor. Were these persons, these more grassroots persons, able to capture the voters? Did they seem or come across much more relatable than someone that they would have previously presented in a suit and tie type demeanor? So I'm very interested. Or is it that they are going to realize that they probably need to stick to what they have always done? I don't know, but it's a very interesting, and I think that on both sides decisions were made. Even if we speak to Keegan Denoon, moving over from the People's National Movement to the Tobago People's Party, there are two outcomes tonight. It's either he win or he lost.
Okay.
And if he loses the seat, then what? Is it that he made it out? Should he have waited his turn? Some people might say in the People's National Movement, would his time would have come at some point in time? Or if he wins, is it that yes, this is what he was supposed to do? Or then again, life has taught me that sometimes even when you lose, you really don't lose. Even when you lose, you really don't lose, because it's a gateway to something else. But of course, a lot of eyes are on that electoral district because of the controversy that would have preceded. So, yeah, but that's my view on the People's National Movement candidate picks. Well, how did you see it, Luke?
Well, if we are to do an analysis, especially on that seat with Keegan and, Mr. Ansel Dennis, I think that placing Keegan there was an intentional and strategic move, because, anybody who's alive to Tobago politics, they know that Mr. Denoon, he was once a part of the People's National Movement Party, and he wasn't just a supporter, he was in the party. And, like we said earlier, that was one seat where the margin was very close, just about 3 votes. So, Keegan's performance will speak to whether or not he was able to just garner any of the usual PNM supporters to cross the floor with him. It also speaks to whether or not, people view him crossing over as something that, is an act of betrayal or an act of patriotism, because he did say that, the reason he chose the Tobago People's Party instead of the People's National Movement was because he wanted to advance the island and the youth of his village. And, it's a very interesting seat, I would say. Win, lose, draw, whatever the outcome is, I think that seat is one seat that everybody's going to be looking at regionally, even on our sister island of Trinidad, because, when the news hit that Keegan would have crossed the floor, that drew everybody's attention. But Lavian, it's just about 6:48 p.m. It's still early to get any sort of results. I know people are still counting. We should expect some results coming in probably 7 p.m., 7:15 thereabouts. We have our expert panel on the other side who will, keep us abreast on just the history of Tobagoans and the way Tobago people vote. But viewers will be heading over to the IDA headquarters just to get an update. Alia, good evening. Are you hearing us?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am hearing you.
Okay, great. So just let us know what's going on at the IDA camp.
At the IDA camp, there's a steady flow here. The atmosphere is very cool. It's very calm. We see the IDA candidates inside crunching it on numbers.
Okay, Alia, thank you very much. Now, Lavian, talk to me. How are you feeling? I know this is the nerve-wracking part of any election coverage because we have no numbers, we have nothing coming in. All we can do is just wait until probably 7:15, 7:30, if latest, to get some numbers coming in and update the people of Tobago. This is the part where people are always agitated because
I'm ready for the numbers.
Yeah, we are all ready for the numbers. To be honest, but you know, the polling stations just closed. The counting is a very intricate process because that is not a time to be making mistakes. You know, counting those ballots is not a time to be miscounting. I know usually from last elections, the last two THE elections, from around 7:30, that's when we started getting numbers from multiple polling stations. So we should expect that to mirror this year. Lavian, what are your thoughts?
I am just excited. I'm excited as though I'm a candidate, but you know, I joke and say I'm excited as though I'm a candidate, but I'm also, it's not so much excitement as it is nervousness and anticipation. This election is a critical one. Even April 28, 2025 election would have taught us that elections do have consequences. And now that we are in a very sensitive time, a very tense time, a very unpredictable time. We're in a time where we see imperialism is back at the forefront. Neo-colonialism is back at the forefront, and Trinidad and Tobago being thrown in the middle of this geopolitical tension. We also in a time where public trust in the sitting central government administration is at an all-time low. Communication is at unsatisfactory standpoint, rather. My apologies there. I don't know if we are taking into consideration, and I mean, I guess we haven't, because if the voter turnout was so low,
Correct.
Luke, Tobagonians, clearly it is that we are probably so disenchanted, so brokenhearted with the politics of today that we decided to stay away from the polls. But now we put our future where? When you stay away from the polls, you put your future in whose hands? I think I am nervous, but I would not lie to say that I am also scared and uneasy in this time.
Okay.
But of course, looking forward.
To Lavian, what I would say, for those who are joining us, well, we can't see the comments and all those stuff. For those joining us, earlier we would have got some preliminary information that, you know, the island would have observed a general low voter turnout in this THE elections. And, you know, that is news that is troubling because now it's the results could literally swing either which ways. That's one. Two, Lavian, what I would say, however, is that it's always important for us as Tobagoans to exercise our vote, because there's a saying that when you don't vote and you don't exercise that right, you cannot disqualify yourself from complaining about most of the things that happen on the island, because on the one day when you had that power to exercise your right to make a change, you just sit down home and relax. So is it that you really want change, or you just want an opportunity to complain?
My goodness, you sort of hit the nail on the head with that. But it's a very scary time, an unpredictable time, and this election is a critical one. Well, it was a critical one. The day is done, but we are at this juncture. There's nothing that we can do. The votes have already been casted. We have to move forward. We await the final results. We await to see who will steer the Tobago House of Assembly through these next 4 years. Of course, autonomy back on the front burner as per usual, but also geopolitical tensions back on the well, not back, it was never there before, but it's here now, is something new that we are dealing with, and Tobago trying to find its place and footing. Trinidad and Tobago already just this very small nation amongst giants. Tobago even smaller, having the radar on the island. Again, that was quite a topic. So a lot has been happening building up to this election. And so again, it's worrying and scary and sad that, you know, the preliminary results would have been a low voter turnout. But no matter who steers the Tobago House of Assembly for the next 4 years, Luke, we hope for the best. You know, we really, really hope for good governance. We hope for collaboration with the central government. Should I say good collaboration? I should put that adjective in front.
Good collaboration. And I think if you look at the Tobago People's Party, well, the then PDP, well, now Tobago People's Party, upon, you know, the United National Congress winning that election in April 2028, what we would have observed as an island was a more collaborative relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and central government. They were being included in certain spaces that they weren't included in before. We saw a greater budgetary allocation. So we expect if they can keep that momentum going, especially where the conversation of Tobago's autonomy is concerned, we could finally see that whole advocacy campaign where Tobago's autonomy is regarded, going from, you know, just talk to actual practice. Because I think for the past few years, we've just been hearing about autonomy. We heard about the bills being rejected. We understand that the political leader for the Tobago People's Party, that is Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine, he has always been vocal about that island autonomy, taking a page from a past leaders such as Mr. Ho Choi Charles. So I really look forward to see how that collaborative relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and central government continues to grow, because at the end of the day, that relationship really determines our standard of living here on the island, importantly. And it also will show other semi-autonomous islands such as St. Kitts and Nevis, who someone has a similar governance structure to us here in Trinidad and Tobago, that everything doesn't have to be adversarial to achieve true development in a country. So Davian, this is your time to shine with the news.
Well, viewers, as promised, we all, not only do we have the pre-discussion panel, but we also have the newscast. And as we edge it to 7 p.m., we're going to bring you updated with current affairs in Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago as a wider entity, regionally and even internationally, whenever necessary. I want to remind you that Tobago Updates Television, we would be giving you ball by ball and wall by wall coverage of the Tobago House of Assembly election 2026, right here until the final ballot is counted. Also keeping you updated with our correspondents out there at the various camps, so that you would know what the feel is like, what is happening, what the atmosphere is like, what persons are saying, and even if there's disappointment or victory in a particular camp as the night edges closer to midnight, because you know sometimes Tobago House of Assembly election counting does take us down to midnight. At this time, we head on over to the news this evening, the evening news with the lovely Kristen. All right, so we head on over to the news and we'll be back with the discussion panels as we continue Decision 2026.
Tobago's historic deadlock at Panorama 2026. Tobago's CPEP salary glitch, not terminations. And Augustine predicts 15-0 victory. Voters' disappointment shapes Tobago's electoral mood. Good evening, I am Kristen Salandi and you're locked into the 2026 election edition of Tobago Updates Television News for Monday, 12th January 2026. Now to our top story. Skinner Park witnessed a historic night of ties this weekend as Tobago Steel Orchestras held their ground at the 2026 National Panorama Small Conventional Finals. In an unprecedented statistical sweep, every qualifying Tobago band finished in a deadlock with their Trinidadian rivals. Leading the pack, Uptown Fascinators claimed joint first glory alongside Southern Stars, both scoring 283 points. The victory cements a hat-trick for the O.J. Richards arranged band following their 2020 and 2023 titles. TNTech New East Side Dimension secured a 5th place tie with 275 points, while Alpha Pan Pioneers matched their rivals for 10th at 267. Even the lower rankings were mirrored. First Citizens Tobago Panthers and Plymouth Bethesda Steel Sensation landed in joint 12th and 14th positions respectively, with 5 Tobago bands locked in identical scores against Trinidadian contenders. The Sister Isles musical precision has defined this year's championship. Tobago officials are clearing the air following a pay freeze affecting environmental workers in District 11. The Division of Community Development confirmed in a January 9th press release that a November accounting error led to an inadvertent duplication of payments. This technical slip triggered an independent bank hold on disbursements last month, stalling salaries for several accounts. The division stresses this is not a program-wide stoppage. Unlike national CPEP terminations seen in mid-2025, this delay is strictly administrative. Officials clarified that no staff were accused of wrongdoing, stating the matter relates solely to staff attached to one district and does not represent a shutdown of the island's beautification program. The division says it is in continuous engagement with the financial institution to facilitate a prompt release. Affected workers are told to expect their outstanding payments in the shortest possible time. Amidst observation of voter turnout across Tobago, one candidate for PNM Mason Hall North, Moriah, pointed to what he deemed a noticeable shift in public enthusiasm at the polls. He said the mood of the electorate seemingly reflects growing disappointment over the last 4 years, particularly among voters who supported change in the 2021 elections. AMPLIA Balgobin has the details.
And a slow stream of voters. But for the man at the center of the political conversation, the day began with a frantic search. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine arrived at his polling station unable to locate his national identification card.
I was trying to dig in every bag, in every wallet, in every shirt pocket, every suit pocket, that is, to see if I could find it, but I didn't. And so I trusted the process.
Kwesi Devines has described his voting experience as seamless, highlighting the efficiency of the process and the support available to senior citizens. Devines said he encountered no challenges while casting his ballot and noted that his parents, both senior citizens, were able to vote quickly and without difficulty.
So the experience was extremely smooth. I didn't experience any challenges at all, and of course I had my parents with me, who are senior citizens, and they were able to get it done rather quickly. No, I haven't received that. I mean, throughout the entire canvassing period, I have been helping people on the website, the EBC website. I did get one call this morning. I was able to assist a person. We do have vehicles to carry people, shuttle people to the different locations.
According to him, many Tobagonians are showing less enthusiasm at the polls, stemming from widespread disappointment following the 2021 elections. He stated that voters who supported change at that time now feel let down, a sentiment that continues to influence the current electoral climate. This lingering dissatisfaction, he says, is shaping voter turnout and engagement across the island.
We will see a growth. We will see a growth. What we are seeing, of course, is an indication of what has happened in Tobago in the last 4 years. People are not enthusiastic. They've been extremely disappointed after voting for change in 2021. They felt extremely disappointed, and everywhere I've gone, and I'm saying from Galera Point to Charles Lane, and those are the two extremities of the electoral district, people have expressed how extremely disappointed they are with Farley, with Mr. Pollard, and the entire administration. And
he emphasized that this trend of voter disillusionment could significantly influence election outcomes if not addressed. He called for renewed engagement and accountability from political leaders, urging parties to reconnect with electorates' needs and concerns to restore confidence and enthusiasm in Tobago's democratic process. This is AMPLIA Balgobin reporting for Tobago Updates Television News.
'An a slow stream of voters. But for the man at the center of the political conversation, the day began with a frantic search. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine arrived at his polling station unable to locate his national identification card.
This is AMPLIA Balgobin reporting for Tobago Updates Television News.
Surprising move on election day, the leader of the Innovative Democratic Alliance, Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus, chose not to cast a ballot. Registered in the Plymouth Blackrock district, she explained that her party did not contest that seat, leaving voters to decide among other options. More in this report from Martina Renales Salazar.
The Innovative Democratic Alliance political leader, Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus, did not cast any ballot in today's THA elections. Registered in the Plymouth Blackrock district, she explained that her party did not file a candidate seat in that area. Dr. Soyafat Angus noted that at the launch of her campaign, the IDA presented 11 candidates, leaving 4 seats vacant, including Plymouth Blackrock. She said, "This gave voters the opportunity to choose an opposition in those constituencies, one of which is where she is scheduled."
At the launch of the campaign, I expressed that the IDA had 11 candidates, and therefore we had 4 seats vacant. And I suggested that the opposition have a choice between the people have a choice to have an opposition in the 4 seats, and one of those seats happened to be the Plymouth Blackrock seat where I am, scheduled to vote. And so
She says she withheld her vote in the THA elections to avoid any perception of bias. She explained that with 3 parties set to sit in the assembly, she did not want questions raised about where her alliance might fall.
I actually withheld my democratic right to vote today because as a leader, I know that there will be 3 parties in the House. And I did not want any question in anyone's minds as to where my allegiance may fall, because I want to be able to work collaboratively with everyone. And so that is why I chose not to vote, so that persons will not have any question. Who did she vote for? Did she vote for me? Did she vote for the others? I didn't want any of that in this space because we have a lot of serious business to do when we get into the assembly.
She maintains that her choice reflects a commitment to collaboration and to focusing on the business of governance once the House convenes. Martina Renales Salazar reporting for Tobago Updates Television News.
Voters across Mason Hall turned out steadily on polling day as candidates and party representatives maintained a visible presence at polling stations. While the process remained generally smooth, minor issues arose with on-the-ground assistance, helping to ensure voters were guided quickly and correctly. Alia Balgomin has the details.
TPP candidate for Mason Hall South, Bagatelle Natisha Charles Pantin, described her voting experience as largely smooth, while noting brief moments of confusion among some voters in the district. Speaking shortly after casting her ballot, Charles Pantin said several residents contacted her team seeking clarification on where they were assigned to vote. In a few cases, voters mistakenly believed they were to vote at the secondary school when their polling stations was actually at the primary school, and vice versa. Right in Mason Hall, she stressed, however, that the issues were minor and quickly resolved.
I did experience persons calling to find out where they are voting. Some people felt that they were voting in the secondary school when it was the primary school, and vice versa, right in Mason Hall here. But it was quickly sorted out because we had the information at hand, right? And I know that was because they shifted the boundaries, so and pushed it a bit further north, right? So the challenges are there, but we are still, going through and advising persons of where to vote.
Charles Pantin confirmed that each electoral district was provided with dedicated transportation for persons who are differently able, ensuring greater access and inclusion on polling day. The initiative is aimed at removing physical barriers that may prevent eligible voters from exercising their democratic right. Specially arranged transport services were available to assist individuals with mobility challenges, allowing them to travel safely and comfortably to and from their designated polling stations.
Yes, we are also doing the same, right? If you notice, some of the cars, they're carrying stickers on them, and they will take those that are differently abled straight to the polling station so that, to make it comfortable, right? So, we have everything, going well.
TPP candidate for Mason Hall North, Mariah AMPLIA, was among the early voters on polling day, casting his ballot at the Mason Hall Government Primary School at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was recorded as voter number 92 at the polling station. Following his vote, Pollard remained on the ground, engaging with residents and assisting several voters who were uncertain about their assigned polling stations.
Well, I've just heard about a young man who voted in last election, although he's physically challenged. His mother couldn't find his name on the list this morning, so I know they split like a toll road. I'm now in 4942, and that was 4952, sorry. That was 4950, 4952, now it was 4946. So I don't know if there's a mix-up there, but some persons are having some challenge, so...
The voting exercise in Mason Hall reflected a calm and orderly process, marked by steady turnout and active community support. With candidates and volunteers assisting voters and resolving minor challenges, the district demonstrated strong civic engagement and a shared commitment to democratic participation. This is Aliyah Balgobin reporting for Tobago Updates Television News.
At the Buku Government Primary School this morning, Election Day tension gave way to a moment of cordiality. TPP candidate Keegan Dinoon and PNM candidate Ansel Dennis greeted each other warmly outside the polling station, signaling that community ties remain stronger than political rivalry. After casting his ballot, Dinoon told reporters there is no animosity between the two, stressing that both men are committed to the advancement of Buku Mount Pleasant. He emphasized that their friendship extends beyond the campaign season and that politics will not divide them. Dinoon also noted there were no irregularities in the voting process and expressed confidence that he would emerge victorious. The gesture underscored a message of unity and respect, even in the midst of a competitive election. Three of Tobago's top youth steel orchestras are gearing up to represent the island at the National Junior Panorama 2026 preliminaries, carded for Tuesday, 13th of January, as the spotlight turns to the next generation of pan talent. Taking the stage will be the Uptown Fascinators Youth Orchestra, the RBC Redemption Song Setters Youth Academy, and the Cats and Jammers Kids, whose participation marks a highly anticipated return after a 22-year absence from the national junior competition. Their involvement signals a strong resurgence of youth steel band development in Tobago, highlighting sustained investment in musical training, discipline, and cultural pride. Band leaders and supporters say the moment is not just about competition, but about showcasing Tobago's rich band legacy while inspiring young players to carry the art form forward on the national stage. 80 years ago, light transformed Trinidad and Tobago. Today, that journey hits a historic milestone. The Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, TNTEC, is celebrating its 80th anniversary. Since January 1st, 1946, the utility has grown from a colonial network into a regional leader. Boasting a 99% electrification rate, it now serves over 500,000 customers. But today is about the future. The focus has shifted toward a green energy transition driven by the integration of Project Lara's solar farms. Experts call this pivot vital for lowering carbon emissions while ensuring industrial stability. For TNTEC, 80 years isn't just a legacy. It is a roadmap for powering the nation into the next generation. Now for a look at the weather update from the Trinidad and Tobago Met Office. The Trinidad and Tobago Meteorological Service has advised that weather conditions tonight are expected to remain generally settled and cool, with only a slight chance of a brief shower affecting some areas. Temperatures overnight are forecast to dip to around 22 degrees Celsius at Piarco and 24 degrees Celsius at Crom Point, providing relatively comfortable conditions across much of the country. Tomorrow is expected to begin mostly fair. However, forecasters note that light to moderate showers may develop during the late morning over eastern Trinidad, western Tobago, and offshore eastern areas. As the day progresses into the afternoon, there is a medium chance of a heavy shower, particularly over hilly regions and western sections in Trinidad. Despite this, conditions are expected to improve by evening, becoming generally fair and cool once again. Daytime temperatures are forecast to reach around 31 degrees Celsius at Piarco and 30 degrees Celsius at Crom Point, with heat index values climbing to 34 degrees Celsius and 33 degrees Celsius respectively. Marine conditions remain moderate, with seas expected to range between 1.5 to 2 meters in open waters and approximately 1 meter in sheltered areas. Marine interests are advised to continue exercising caution, particularly during periods of unsettled weather. Across the remainder of the Lesser Antilles, mostly fair and cool conditions are anticipated tonight, with a few showers developing near hilly areas. Tomorrow, similar conditions are expected, although light to moderate showers may favor the southern Leeward Islands from late morning into the evening. Sunrise tomorrow is expected at 6:27, with sunset occurring at 6:01. And that's all the time we have for tonight's Tobago Updates news. Continue watching for more THA election 2026 coverage. But before we go, let's recap the headlines. Tobago's historic deadlock at Panorama 2026. Tobago's CPEP salary glitch, not terminations. And Augustine predicts 15-0 victory. Voters' disappointment shapes Tobago's electoral mood.
Coconut's Cafe, the buffet restaurant that specializes in all your tasty local dishes. For breakfast and for lunch. Breakfast includes coconut bake and sada roti, served with chokers, bull joil, and sausages in tomato sauce. Not forgetting beef and cheese pies, shepherd's pie, macaroni pie, and rice in various styles. Meats served in a variety of flavors, garden salads, and pasta salads. All this accompanied by fruit juices, coconut water, your choice of a great combination to appease your taste buds. So call us today to order, as we are here to accommodate your busy schedules or if you are having a cooking day off.
Welcome to Tobago Glass Supplies Limited, where innovation meets excellence and service reigns supreme. Our commitment is simple: to provide high-quality, innovative aluminum, vinyl, and glass solutions for both commercial and residential spaces. At TGSL, we don't just meet needs, we exceed expectations. Our range includes the finest aluminum cladding options, setting new standards in durability and style. Driven by our passion to elevate, we aim to be the leading supplier in the Caribbean market while retaining our identity as a family-owned business. Because at Tobago Glass Supplies Limited, it's not just about products. It's about relationships. It's about you. Innovation, quality, service. That's Tobago Glass Supplies Limited.
is how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show, and everybody's gonna know. Say it to them once again. They better look up below. This is your show, and everybody's gonna know. That's how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show. More, live more.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tobago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tobago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tobago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tobago's at your service.
The best place to stay in Tobago is at Thorn's Place, with rates starting as low as 200 TT. Call or WhatsApp 745-7306 or 682-8676. We are located uptown Scarborough, 5 minutes away from the port. Remember, at Thorn's Place, our aim is to make your stay safe and affordable.
Television, as we bring to you this evening the special election of 2026, the Tobago House of Assembly elections 2026. Countdown to the big results, and everybody expecting different things. So I have with me this evening program Chanel, and of course no stranger to this program as well, and she'll be co-hosting with me. And also we have Caroline Bertrand James, I know her as chairman, and so on. She was here in the last election with me as well on this, doing this program. And then we have my good friend at the end, and we're gonna be doing this program and continues until we get all the scores tonight. And Chanel, you want to take over from here and say how we're going to
we
go about
have
doing
already heard that there are some preliminary results that have been trickling in. And we will be excited to take those results as soon as we have them, and we have Lavian who will be over there at the interactive board where all results will be coming in, and we have all map of Tobago. We'll be able to see all the districts, all the polling stations that we have officially had the results for thus far. I think everybody is on the edge of their seats as the results are slowly trickling in. We don't even know how much we can call versus how much we have to wait for the official results, as opposed to the preliminary results that are coming into the studio at this time.
Yeah, it all depends on the credibility of the preliminary reports and where we got it from. You know, especially if we have contacts and we have contacts in the polling station and we get it from a polling agent. So whatever goes to the presiding officer, the polling agent, sorry, the presiding officer, you know, that information will be shared with the polling agents, and all the parties have contact in the polling station. So if you get from a polling agent in the particular polling station, then you could say that it's fairly credible. You know, but so we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, you know, there are a lot of people look at Tobago updates, will be current and up-to-date scores and results. So you try to bring that as quickly as possible as we receive them.
Right, but you know, the conversation has been happening here in studio even while we were having the news and on the break, and we were talking about some of those seats that may seem to be a bit more sure as opposed to those that are more contentious. And it seems like everyone is really looking forward to hearing what is going on in Tobago West. I mean, Tobago East seems to already be tilting in one direction, tilting a bit blue, and persons are really open to see or to hear what is happening down on the west side. Mr. James, tell us a bit about some of your feelings.
Well, traditionally, we have had, there have always been areas that are, let's put it like this, different. For example, like I was telling Jerry this time, places like Lambo and Buku always voted in a different manner than the rest of the island. And that went on for many years. And now remember that Buku seat now extends the top part of Anan as well. So you have that. Then you have Bonaccord, Crown Point. I remember when Mr. Kwako went up, he won by 5 votes. I remember that. So you have seats in, you have some seats down in the West Cairn that have been won over the years by 3 votes, 5 votes, and so on. So if you can't predict what can happen in any kind of an election, and also in an assembly election. So Lambo, I think I mentioned Lambo already, and I think to some extent areas like Black Rock and so on. We really can't predict what can happen. Remember, Joel Sampson, I think he won by 124 votes, is that it? He won in April by 124 votes, and Joel Sampson was very strong in Canaan, Bonaccord, Crown Point area. So, you know, the people will decide, so we await the results.
Understand. What about you, Mr. Craig? How are you?
I'm supporting Mrs. James. But when you look at the variation of rationale behind how people vote, for example, I heard today of one person, this is just one person, who changed their voting pattern because of something they heard. You know, and where the island of Tobago is one family and one unit, there is definitely a shifting. Remember, back in the days when Mr. Moore, Teacher Moore won Tobago East alone, and Tobago West went to PN back in those days. So the East is normally a more stable area when you look at voting for what we call traditionally opposition party, which is opposition to the PNL. But we know during the Robinson Murray era, that time, as far back as the Robinson Murray era, that Tobago was more united as a village. So in recent years, that has changed. That it could be really brightening up of the West, where it has become more cosmopolitan, be more affluent, and an introduction of a lot more people from different parts of the country living in the West. You know, that might have handled it.
Right, and we see persons, you know, putting results and stuff in the comment section. And as much as we want to get excited about it, we really want to wait until we get the official results here in studio and we can call it officially. But we know that persons are really excited, and there are those party representatives in the polling stations that will be feeding the information back to their teams. But we have to wait to get those official results from the presiding officer at the stations.
Yeah, and we could also make an assumption in some of those areas in the east. You know, like if we have 2 of the 3 polling stations, you know, there, and if we have like 2 going to the particular candidate, you could safely say that will be the trend in the 3rd one. In the east, we could look at that way, but in the west, it could be a little more competitive. You know, and we have to be very careful. And you know, members of the family, we could look and see, we could ask ourselves, which are the really contentious or those seats that you think are very close or pretty close, if at all?
Well, if I may say, Bukuman President is looking, we came into the conversation thinking it would be close, but as Ms. Felix is suggesting, we're having some unconfirmed reports coming in, and we're seeing them. I mean, the whole world is seeing them online. but as suggested, they're not coming from a creditable source. But if, for the sake of conversation, we want to reference them,
Right.
we see that Ansel Dennis, Mr. Dinoon appears to be
leading in one of those polling stations. But these are unconfirmed results. There's one polling station that came in that said that the TPP was leading, and then the PNM in one polling station. However, this is not confirmed, so we have to wait until we get that official result. But you were on the ground with Keegan Dinoon in Buku. Persons are looking at that as a highly contentious seat, and a seat that is going to also determine the future of the People's National Movement. Whether they win or lose the election, that seat may be a key determinant of how it moves forward as it pertains to its political leader. And if the party will retain confidence in Ansel Dennis if he does not secure that seat for the party tonight. What kind of feeling is happening on the ground as you have walked around and had those conversations?
I had the blessing of working with him, and I have to say a lot of the response was positive. I think everybody knows about the one where the lady came out firing and referenced him as a Judas and all that. But apart from that, we didn't meet any other resistance to Keegan Dinoon as the candidate. Persons were concerned that whether or not I would support or where was Sonny Craig in the mix, because they believe there are little groups everywhere in this election business. So there were those who wanted to ensure that we were a team, and we gave them that assurance. So our walks were fruitful, positive. I didn't walk with him. I might have done maybe 30 to 40% of his walks.
You went to Lavian?
Yeah. So Keegan was looking good when we walked together. I understood that late down during the race, Mr. Dennis made some is it philanthropic? No, wrong word. He was in the communities, being a Santa Claus kind of guy, the little food, the little good times, and these things might have impacted, because in areas where there's a measure of impoverishment, they look favorably to persons who extend this kind of courtesy to them. So I don't know if that would sway anybody, or because I've been in the race for the last 4 years. I've been as an assemblyman. You would do and give good tidings to persons, and the day you cannot afford it, you could be looked at negatively. So that's a reality in the political expression, and I can't say how that pans out at the end, because the numbers are going to determine whether or not that's really a defining factor in the race.
I want to say this. Ms. Felix talked about the future of Mr. Ansel Dennis, and I think while we are waiting for some of the results, I think it's something that we should talk about. He's supposed to be the political leader in Tobago, and this is his moment. He has to win his seat to be a credible political leader. It's not like the last time when he lost by about 3 votes, is it? Now he has to win that seat to retain that whole idea of being political leader. Of course, we have to look at all the other results and see who else would make, in the PNM has won a seat in Tobago as well, while we are looking at political leaders in Tobago. So it's a crucial election for Mr. Dennis, and it's not as easy as others may think. He has to win this. This is his opportunity. If not, then he's out of the leadership. I don't know what else I would think about, but he's out of the leadership of the party, the Tobago leadership, if he does not win this. So this is a do or die situation for him here.
I think that could be a kind of position, that if he loses, he may be able to practice tradition. He may have to resign as political leader. but I think his term comes to an end, I think, next year. April this year?
Yeah,
but Jerry, I want to make a point here.
I could be wrong, but I think I was told that there's an internal election coming in April.
Where his political leader position will be up for grabs.
But I want to make a point here that I think Dr. Mohammed made. He asked about the credibility of Mr. Ansel Dennis being political leader when he lost his seat in the last election.
I think there are some results that are coming in, and I want to check in with my production team to see, because I'm hearing that the TPP is gearing up to declare one of their seats. I'm also receiving that Keegan Binwood is leading in Bukumong Pleasant. So we would wait to get those official results. So we're going over straight to Labian.
On this side of the decision 2026, we take a look at the data from the polling stations as they come in, and we see here lighting up on the board. We head to Mason Hall South, Bagatelle, where we see Natisha Charles Pantin 56 votes, Dexter Miller 31, Ben Israel for the IDA 1. We go to the polling stations, that is polling division 4922 at the Old Scarborough RC School. We also take a look of Paltivia Lansome Speyside. Here we see Fali Chavez Augustine from the Tobago People's Party, 110 votes. To the People's National Movement, Maxla Roberts, 35, and Linda Daniel of the Innovative Democratic Alliance, 6. And those results came in from polling division 4990 at the Palliative Multi-Purpose Facility. We are awaiting results from the various electoral districts, but this is what the map is currently looking like, and these results aren't called yet. It is a build-up. All the polling divisions within that one electoral district must send in all the information. But here on Tobago Updates Television, we will keep you abreast of the information. Again, we have the Tobago People's Party in the lead, Natisha Charles Pantin in Mason Hall South, Bagatelle, and in Palliative Lansfome. Speyside, we have the Tobago People's Party, Fali Chavez Augustine, also in the lead. Again, we will keep you abreast of the information as it comes to hand. Taking you back to the expert panel, Chanel.
And again, although these results are unconfirmed, we are hearing that there is some leading for Mr. Ian Whitey Pollard in Mason Hall North. So over back to Labian.
All right, viewers, if we take a look at some history here, and we take a look back at 2021, where at that time it was the PDP 14, and we had that one Darrell Spring Wim People's National Movement. If we take a look and we do some comparisons in that same electoral district that we brought up before, Palliative Lansfome Speyside, we see the Tobago People's Party rather would have dominated that electoral district in every single polling division. The then PDP and now Tobago People's Party would have dominated in every single polling division. All right, and we also now go back to the board, where we check on the developments from the team. Seem to be having a bit of a technical difficulty here, but we will go back to the board where we will be checking to see if there were any recent updates. All right.
Out
we have been having those unconfirmed results, and when Lavian comes over to us, she will have had the official results, but unofficially, we are hearing that, unconfirmed, we have Ian White's Pollard in Mason Hall, North Mariah.
That seat is declared unofficially
for
the fairly reliable sources.
Right, understood. And we are hearing that in Louis D'Or, Roxborough, Argyle, that Mr. Orlando Kerr is leading in that district. These are unconfirmed, but this is the results that we have gotten thus far. And what do we think about that lineup between Orlando Kerr and Shawnee John? I think that the People's National Movement really tried their best to put forward a youth candidate that they felt could truly represent the voice of youth in Shawnee John. And I would have listened to her a couple of times, and I think that she spoke excellent. I think that she has some wonderful ideas. It is possible that it may just not have been Shawnee's time as yet, but I think that Shawnee has a bright future in politics, in representation, and in development. And I hope that she does continue the work even outside of politics.
Well, I understand that she's a new graduate. She's a recent graduate. And I too was impressed by some of what she had to say. But you are coming upon a man who is experienced, who is articulate, and he knows his district. And he gives the impression of a man who can deliver, not only as a representative, but also maybe as a secretary and so on. So it was going to be a little difficult for her to beat a man like Orlando Kerr. You know, he's so straightforward and
very articulate.
Make people feel that's right, and he makes people feel confidence in him.
And that is one thing about the PNM. They seem to be placing a lot of emphasis on youth this particular election. I know in the past they were a lot with seniors and so on, but to some extent they are placing some emphasis on youth, and that is quite positive for the party. The PNM.
And you know, I have
some perspectives on this. And at the same time, that is also been shown by the TPP as well.
Right.
You know, so that the future seems good for both parties in terms of the quality and the kind of candidates that both parties put in forward. Even in Plymouth, you know, there's a young candidate on the PNM side, but her connections with the community and so on in Plymouth. She was football, the TNT football captain, Karen Forbes, you know. So there's a lot of potential. What people saying sometimes a good candidate but wrong party, and you know, that kind of thing, you know. But the future holds well for a lot of these young candidates, whether they win or lose. You know, the future looks well for these people coming forward. You never see that level of youth coming forward anxiously
and confidence,
and with such confidence and with such eloquence.
Sure.
You know, and that is commendable on both parties.
And then it could be also that Father Shevers Augustine is a reasonably young guy, and he promotes a lot of youth growth and development. But I'm looking at the whole picture of a developmental vision for Tobago, and what the TPP has been able to try to sell to the population. So persons might know you have a good candidate in the TPP, the PNM presentation. They might present good candidates, good, nice young candidates, but you have a package you're dealing with also in the TPP and their vision for the island.
Well,
yes, like we have some more results.
Yeah. Mason Hall South Bagatelle seem to have been declared.
One of them.
One of the polling stations.
Okay.
Yes. No, my view on that is that I think we should have a mixture. You have to have experience, and you also have to have a youth, you're well educated and all of that. But you also need experience. Remember, we have limited resources in Tobago. You need to use all your people, and your people with experience, you are going to transfer the knowledge to the younger ones.
Yes.
So you need a mix. Both parties, if they want to be successful in Tobago, you need a mixture of both. You can't have two very young and and very old on one side. You have to have a mixture, and as I said, it's a transfer of knowledge is what is going to occur. So you're using all your people. Once they're able-bodied and can work, you are using all your people. Remember, we're not making children here. July, August, a big percentage of our young people go to university, go abroad, they go to Trinidad. Okay? We are not replenishing as we should. When you walk around Scarborough, how many pregnant women you see? You hardly see any. People not making children like before. It's expensive. They're going up.
Another serious discussion I feel we should try and arrange that after the election.
Right, we definitely can.
Both rates on this island.
Of course.
You have to deal with that seriously.
Jerry, the only place that's making children right now is Africa. Nowhere else. They are closing schools and hospitals all over Europe because they don't have people to go into them.
Yeah. As a bigger issue.
Yes.
Big issue that we should have another discussion on.
And if we are going on the reliability or just, listening to what we're hearing from the persons on the ground and in the comments, we're hearing that we have leads from Farley, Chavez, Augustine, Dr. Faith Brevman, Natisha Charles, and Darren Henry in Bethel. And these are unconfirmed results from persons that are out there on the ground at the polling stations and giving those results. And from you and your colleagues that have submitted results, you have heard that Megan is
she's ahead.
She's ahead in her polling divisions as well. And so how much is that we have counted? Is that five thus far?
Yes.
We look
for. It would be a shock give for all those
also
East constituents.
Yes. Well, they gave a strong showing in April. They gave a strong showing. The general election broken up into districts will give you a fair idea of how the people thinking. Now, mind you, 9 months, 8 months, 9 months have gone, and many things have occurred. You understand?
Right.
But for Tobago, a lot of things have remained the same. You see, they remain the same. So we can judge, we can do a fair bit of judgment like that.
All right. I think one of the hardest seats tonight, to be very honest, from what I'm seeing with these preliminary results, would be that Bonaccord Crown Point seat, because I saw results where I think this is the importance of really going out and vote, because we see in one polling division there was a difference of 1 vote. I believe it's unconfirmed, but there was a difference of 1 vote, and then now we're seeing in another polling station in Bonaccord Crown Point there was a difference where the PNM got 75 votes and the TPP got 82 and IDA got 4 in one of those polls. So it's really the people who feel as though their vote does not count that really make the difference in the election, or just the difference between you going to vote alone and you taking your neighbor or taking your niece, your nephew, your brother, your sister to vote with you, that really makes the difference.
So I think that may be indicating a lower turnout in that area, or they're not they weren't too enthusiastic. Maybe they're disenchantment about both candidates. That is the case.
Jerry, remember what I said from beginning. I remember Kwako only won by 5 votes. And 3 of my children came from university at that time and voted. You understand me?
All right. We have another vote here, and this one is actually confirmed that this one is submitted from polling station 4846. That's in Bonaccord Government Primary School, I believe. And that is Percy having 187, Kerr 102. William having 3, and that's the final count for polling station 4846. Right, that's just one of the polls. So as I said, this race between Kerr and Percy is going to be neck and neck.
I want to say something about it because I'm in the area and I listen to everybody talking. They are not classed as very strong candidates. You understand? In the sense they don't seem very strong, compelling, like we have people like Orlando Kerr and even the next one, Shawnee and
what
so
you mean
on.
you see a stark difference in the candidates?
No, they don't. They're not compelling. They're not very compelling. Both of them.
Okay, I think there has been an official declaration of that Mason Hall North Mariah seat. So I will await those official results from Lavian. But from the information that we are getting, the TPP has declared that Ian Whitey Pollard has secured the victory in that seat.
Okay, well, congratulations to him. Congratulations, Mr. Pollard.
If I may, Natisha has personally advised that her seat has been declared also.
Her seat has been declared.
So I'm seeing it in the, she has said that. So it didn't come from, of course, the official arms waiting on it.
But we have our preliminary results.
Those seats are clearly on the TPP side, all those seats in the east, even
right,
Tobago
and I'm getting some more information as it pertains to some of the polling stations in that Bonaccord, Crown Point area, from the polling station 4845 to we have TPP 96 and PNN 97, so that's the difference in by one person making the difference there. This is Bonaccord, Crown Point. We have another polling station.
Stations was kind of neck and neck.
Yeah,
And then
all of them seem to be neck and neck. We have polling station 4849 as well, having 82 for the TPP and 74 for the PNM. Right, another polling station has also come in that area. We have polling station 4847 in the Bonaccord Crown Point area. We have 189 for Percy and 110 for Kerr, 4 for Williams. I think we discussed this before. That's 4847. Polling station 4854 has Percy 103, 45 for Kerr and William 2. So it seems that Percy is leading and creating a bit of a distance from himself and Kerr in the Bonaccord Crown Point area. But these are again unconfirmed results, but these results are coming in from different points.
Yeah. So that seems
but the results are very close in this district, and if you have a result where there's a difference of 1 vote, we are expecting them to possibly be counting it over at this moment.
I think what obtains in Bonaccord, especially with these two particular communities, is a family tree connection. They are entrenched by extensive family connections, and I think that is one of the big things that will determine who wins out here. And it happens all around Tobago actually in politics, because you'll find that persons present themselves as leaders of a family and would want to negotiate because I'm bringing my whole family, I'm bringing
I know that.
That were the reality is that we have family concerns,
Well, Kerr have connections with his father, who is Manson.
That's right.
Yes. A popular guy in the area.
His father was walking with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Percy comes from a background of politics in the early days. I think one of our relatives was in the assembly with myself.
Yes. The mother, I think, was principal of the school there. You understand me?
That's
she was taught most of the.
She was in principal of Signal Hill at one stage. Signal Hill Primary and so on.
Yes, and so on. But they call her Teacher Percy. That's what they call her down there. I'm not from the village, but I know a little bit. Yes.
So that song about Teacher Percy, say it a lot.
Yeah, that's why the song. That's why some people singing that.
I know that actual Percy on the song. I knew it.
Yes, I knew Teacher Percy.
Elizabeth's
wife. Yes.
She was my principal in Book.
Yes.
But that family connection speaks volumes in these kinds of areas.
That plans.
Yes.
Right. And we're gearing up to go over to the youth panel very soon, and we look forward to hearing from the youths when they come on and give us some insight into why it is that we possibly haven't seen as much turnout. And when you look at the magnitude of the display that we saw yesterday at the motorcade, and then seeing a lower voter turnout, what does that say for the young persons? And especially when the conversation comes about taking young people seriously as it pertains to making those political decisions for the future. Because when you look at the polling station at 6 to 8 a.m., there's a particular demographic that's there first to cast their ballot. And so what is happening that is causing the young persons to have to be convinced even on election day to cast their vote?
If I could strike a comparison, it was 1976. When Maria had been studying, I was asking the year at the test. But then again, we had one television station, we had a few radio stations, a few papers. So the interest in what was happening in the country to me was greater. As we speak, as we sit here now, if there are 1,000 young people out there, how many of them you imagine are glued to conversations of this nature versus the many different options they have online? So I think the interest might wane because of the competition for their attention.
But if you look at the motorcade, the TPP motorcade yesterday, that was massive. I mean, I've been in this thing for a long while, and this is one of the largest motorcade I've seen. Some 4 think somebody told me it's 460 something vehicles.
3 hours space between
Yes,
and the
you know.
I think it was a lot. I stood on. I tried to stand at the walkover in Scarborough there to videotape it, and I couldn't. I couldn't. Yeah.
We did a check at where we are at Plymouth, and there was some gaps. But we know the cars because all the vehicles had their flags, or people inside the vehicle would do. You know, so we managed to check them, and we got some 460 something vehicles.
That's a good. That's
a massive motorcade.
Yes, it's massive.
You can imagine if that was one straight motorcade like what we had in the early days, and so on. But traffic jam all over.
So what if the motorcade was actually on election day? Do you think that person would actually go from motorcade straight into
But that's the point, you know, because most of those people on the motorcade, on the trucks and the vans, I think were young people.
Because you're playing music, you're playing music that can attract them. But Jerry, that can be easily solved. You have one party motorcade on one day and you have the next one on another day.
And
you
then you're going to see persons going to vote.
It's a small place. You understand?
Persons going to vote motorcades.
Yes.
and from what I've heard on social media, you have persons going to the motorcades and still come home and vote for the party, but this party has more what the youths call vibes.
That's
so they vibes the motorcade, but then they go home and they vote for whoever they want to vote for.
Well, that is possible. But
Yes,
the motorcade was massive.
Yes, it was a huge motorcade.
The interest of the
Well, the optics is important. So that's why you have motorcades and so on. Plenty people, the optics is important.
Okay, any more results?
I haven't seen any other results as yet, but we have a couple unconfirmed, and so those unconfirmed seats are leading more towards the TPP, and one of those unconfirmed seats would be that one accord Crown Point seat for Mr. Percy. Another unconfirmed seat leading in direction of the TPP would be Mr. Orlando Kirk in Roxborough Argyle. Another one is Natisha Charles Pantin. Another one that has been declared on by the TPP is Mr. Ian Whitey Pollard.
Obviously, for the seats will be within secret.
So we're still counting 5.
Yeah, we have partnership.
We get reports that Morgan, Dr. Fitch, and
Megan Morrison is also leading her polling division. So we await those.
The critical seats are the Plymouth seat, the WIM, and the on a whole is already ensuring lead for the TPP. And that may continue, but it's the Buku, Plymouth, and maybe WIM, that WIM area.
Traditionally in Tobago counts, I notice when you take the lead at a certain point, they hardly ever get you again.
One city has enough space, enough votes.
Yeah.
But if you have in 78 and 79 and 83 and 84, then we're talking about recount. You understand?
I want to also speak to the level of confidence that I saw coming out of the People's National Movement during this campaign season. That was a bit shocking to me because personally, when I look at a party coming straight off of a loss of 2 elections, I was very surprised to see the level of confidence in this win that they were proposing to secure for this Tobago House of Assembly election. I'm not saying that any party should not be confident, because everyone should be confident, but the level of confidence to me said that there was this level of assurity coming that we will lick them up come THA election. And what do you think that confidence stemmed from?
They always, they always, whether they perceive it or not, I remember some time ago, they were doing a private assessment of the elections a few days before, and it was showing that they would have lost. And the PNMs got the information and they were still upbeat, about the thing, because they just feel that they've been trained to do that. PNM has a machinery that is difficult to challenge in a serious way during an election time. Maybe this might be one of the few times, that you kind of challenge them. At the last election, of course, they challenge them and they beat them. But more importantly as well is the issues and how people conduct themselves during an election campaign. You may have a very good candidate, but he may come and do something or say some controversial thing, and that is it for you. You get turned off and so on, and there's some complaints from different people in different parties, made certain comments that were not very pleasant and so on. So people have to be careful, and these are the little things that those people who are undecided will look at and make their decision on election day.
Right, and thus far unconfirmed leading to the TPP, we have Felicia Augustine, Orlando, Faith Israel, Megan Morrison, Ian Whitey Fullard, Letitia Charles Pampton, Wayne West Clark, and Mr. Fleece.
That we have before as unofficial.
Those are the unofficial persons who, for the results that have come in thus far, they are linking there. But do you think that the chief secretary and political leader of the TPP is going to see that 15 million that he declared on his campaign trail tonight?
I would not be very surprised if that happened. I'm saying that all the time. I would not be very surprised if that happens. But I know those two seats that I talk about, Oku and that Plymouth seat, is kind of looking tight. I know. Yes.
The Plymouth seat or the Bethesda Lake 2?
No, the Plymouth seat with Karen Forbes, Alexis.
I have not seen anything from that one until.
There's some people trying to give her a chance, and there are others people strictly voting the TPP and so on. There's some, as they say, one lady was telling me in the community yesterday that Karen presents a kind of charm and no airs about her. She's extremely pleasant and humble, and came from humble beginnings. Represented the country well as a national football team for women. And as another lady told me, nice candidate, wrong bag.
But I like that you brought that up, because I actually had the ability here to interview Karen, and I listened to the conversations earlier between Lavia and Luke. And they were talking about personalities arising out of the election, and people usually clinging to personalities. And I think that Karen had that appeal this time around. I really connected with her when we had that conversation. I believe that when she really looked at her grassroots background and her leaving Trinidad and Tobago and representing the country abroad and coming back, she has written books. She has done a number of things to help to generate economic activity within her community. She is known to have or to continue to hold that Kick It With Karen session every year within the community to engage with youth. So we have to give her flowers for the work that she is doing in the community.
Whether she win or lose.
Correct. And tonight we would see if that has determined how the people of Plymouth Blackrock has voted in this election.
And we can use her international experience. It's what we need here.
But that doesn't dismiss Alexis, because he's a pretty brilliant guy. And a pretty good experience, and he's, people will say that since a young boy, he's quite pretty bright fellow from primary school, right? I think he went to Bishops as well. And there's this joke that we used to have about him. His mother used to teach at Blackrock, and he was going to Blackrock Primary School. And Blackrock people were saying, well, usually come first and thing, so they say the teacher was favorite. So he went to Bethesda now, and then the same thing was happening,
right.
So he showed brilliance from young and always connected to the community as well, although he lives abroad for a while, but people asked him to come back and we'll see what the decision is.
Right, and to be very honest, even outside of the politics, whether she wins or loses, brings about a bit to Karen, I would really like to see Karen continue to stay in that place of representation in the community, because she's a good example for the young people.
I feel that there's a space for Karen in the community and the silence, and I will put it this way. I think that the THA will look at something like that. If the THA wins as a PDP, I feel that
I would love to see that even the TPP will embrace Karen and use her for.
The chief has said repeatedly is not only willing and is capable and willing. I imagine if you could show you could be objective and not allow partisan politics to influence whether or not you're going to be positive or negative on the job. I think the chief secretary has been operating. I think that there is a place for it. If she's willing to. Sorry,
I'm just going to ask my producers and directors in the background if we have any official results. We have the unconfirmed results, but we want to know if there's any official results that we can share with you guys. But until then, we'll keep the conversation going here on Tobago. And we look forward to the young people joining us to have that youth discussion very soon.
Yeah, but one of the things that I noticed in this election, that it has been happening since 2020 actually, is how Tobago has gone ahead of every other island in how we advertise and keep this island a clean room again. I think that is so commendable. I mean, the flags are stuck up here and there and everywhere, but people just keep bringing them on those chests. That's cool. But you remember back in the days, Mr. McFarlane, when we used to have these stickers, every brick and wall you could find, we had stickers on the wall. Remember, and after the election, very unsightly.
But I'm happy to see that we've moved away from that type of
And you know, it shows a certain level of harmony too, you know. I see in Blackrock and Plymouth and these places, the TPP flag right next to an thing flag. Long ago, they used to take one person take out the next flag, and they remain there after election day today. You know, it shows a kind of respect and harmony in spite of the fact that we're going against each other, you know.
Not using the paper. Education is the key. We are going paperless. You understand? So they put in paper sticking up and you have to take it and so on. That's not good for us with our environmental leanings that we want to make and save it to the environmentally place, you know, environmental sensitive place. So that the days of stickers is over. And just now all those banners and things that we're seeing on the side of the road, we don't have them because we have everything that can be done in our cell phone here. And that is the reality.
We are going to interrupt to go straight over to Lampion at the dashboard to see what confirmed results there is that we can share with you guys at this time.
All right, viewers, so welcome back to this side of Decision 2026, where we take a look at the statistics. Heading back to the board previously, we would have seen Palatine and Summit Space side on a blue momentum along with Mason Hall South Bagatelle, but added to that the blue momentum, we have Mason Hall North Moriah. Up here you see we have Ian Whitey Pollard from the Tobago People's Party in the lead with 637 votes. The People's National Movement, Kwesi Devines, 458, and none thus far for Shelley Ann Lewis from the Innovative Democratic Alliance. But if we take a look at the polling stations, we see that quite a few polling stations have already been in for this district. All right, we take a look at the polling stations. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in already. We have 2 more that are pending. That is Mason Hall North Moriah. Also looking blue is Belgarden Glamorgan. We see the incumbent Dr. Faith Brebner from the Tobago People's Party in the lead with 157 votes. Carl McEwen from the People's National Movement, 67, and none thus far for Jalon Carter of the Innovative Democratic Alliance. We're taking a look at the polling stations. There are 4 polling stations within this electoral district, and thus far we have St. Mary's Anglican Primary School. Taking a look at the momentum chart, we see the Tobago People's Party on an upward trajectory, the People's National Movement following the Innovative Democratic Alliance, and nothing yet for the Unity of the People. All right, so no seats have been confirmed or declared as yet, but this thus far is what the board looks like, and this is what Tobago looks like. As the hues continue to get darker, we would know which party has called which electoral district. All right, so this is what the map right now is looking like. Of course, when we take a look at the board, there are some seats that are the battle seats that we are paying attention to, waiting for those results to come in, at least the preliminary unofficial results, until finally declared. Those seats at Darrell Spring or Wim, where we have Ricky Jofield from the Tobago People's Party, and we have Kelvin Morris from the People's National Movement. Morris in 2021 would have taken that seat by a mere 3 votes after a recount. We also have paying much attention to pay attention to Plymouth Blackrock based on the 2021 election. That electoral district, or the margin between the two major candidates were also beneath 100 votes. And beside that district, we also take a look at Signal Hill, Patience Hill. That is also a battleground electoral district that we will be paying attention to. Again, less votes between the margin, and so we will be paying a very close attention. Scarborough Mongrace is another one, but again we await those results. Thus far we have Chief Secretary Farley Augustine in the lead in Palliative Lands for Miss Speyside, Belgarden Glamorgan, Dr. Faith Brebner. Mason Hall North Mariah, we have Ian Whitey Pollard, and in Mason Hall South Bagatelle, we have the Tobago People's Party, Natisha Charles Pantin. Again, we are continuing to await some more results as the day come in, as each ballot is being counted. We take a look at the history from 2021, when the board would have looked a lot different, the color a lot different. Everybody would have been green. We even have some faces here that we are no longer seeing Niall George, no longer seeing Mr. Sonny Craig, no longer seeing, and of course we pay very close attention to Watson Solomon Duke, another seat that we are not another face that we are not seeing on the board, but paying attention to Roxborough. Roxborough Argyle, unconfirmed reports came in that thus far in the Delaforde area, the Tobago People's Party Orlando Kerr has garnered a landslide victory in that area. We hold on for some results from Tobago East. You know, someone, older folk once told me, he said, whenever it is election time, pay attention to Roxborough when it comes to Tobago East. Roxborough is the thermometer of the East. And whatever Roxborough is saying, it is usually what the East is saying. So we await those results. We haven't heard anything from Roxborough itself, what is happening there, what the results, what the preliminary results are. But of course, we are tracking and we are staying abreast. Again, giving you a view of what the trajectory looks like. Tobago People's Party in the lead. I mean, the political parties, especially the two major political parties, that's the Tobago People's Party and the People's National Movement, would have highlighted some very salient points while on the campaign trail on both sides. Both campaigns would have come with the People's National Movement came with their big, bold, red plan, and the Tobago People's Party came with the blueprint. Both sort of mirroring each other. One, the People's National Movement manifesto, more saying what they're going to do now, what they believe the changes are needed right now, things that needs to be addressed right now, whereas the blueprint set out a plan. I think it was a 20-year plan, a longevity plan. This is what we are going to do, and this is where we see Tobago going. So tonight we'll see where did Tobagonians lay their faith, whether it was with the People's National Movement, a big, bold, red plan, or with the blueprint that the Tobago People's Party presented to take the island forward into the next 20 years. We check the board again. We don't have any more updates right now, but again, as it stands, Ian Whitey Pollard ahead in Mason Hall North Mariah. That seat was quite contentious. We saw the Tobago People's Party debate amongst themselves, even cause some, what some would have called some internal friction on whether Ian Whitey Pollard should have been selected again to run for that seat. We saw quite a few persons would have rallied around him, and so far it looks as though the Tobago People's Party made the better choice, because Ian Whitey Pollard is in the lead. Again, looking at the polling stations, yeah, we still only have 2 more polling stations to come in there. Any ball could play, of course. You pay attention. You never know what could happen. 2 more polling stations, but thus far he is in the lead. All right, Natisha Charles Pantin Some regard her as a staunch politician. Of all the candidates within the Tobago People's Party, she's regarded as a staunch politician, or more of a politician than many others. And so we see her once again, dominating by almost half the votes thus far, dominating within her constituency, within her electoral district. All right. In 2021, we saw Fali Chavez Augustine dominate every single polling division within his electoral district. Every single one. There was not one that he was beaten in. And it's looking like it might be the same thing. But once again, he is in the lead, very dominating. There is barely any space for anybody else. 638 votes there for Fali Chavez Augustine thus far. Again, none of the seats have been called, but these are preliminary and unofficial results as they come in. It is already 8:15 p.m. and we only have preliminary for 4 seats thus far. So it looks like we might be going all the way down to midnight. But of course, Tobago Updates Television, we did promise you coverage until the very last ballot is counted. And until we either gather on the Esplanade with the Tobago People's Party, or we gather in Market Square with the People's National Movement tonight. But wherever that gathering will be, there we will be amongst them. And to bring you that live coverage and to hear what your Chief Secretary, whether it is Ansel Dennis or Fali Augustine, what they have to say as we move forward for the next 4 years, and see which political party will take Tobago through the next 4 years. A very ticklish time. Some of the points, some of the matters, the developments during the campaign was even the geopolitical tensions and how the next Tobago House of Assembly administration is going to navigate this very little island that is caught in the middle of giants fighting over territory, fighting over resources, fighting over regime change, whatever it is. We have to, the administration that is going to take us through the next 4 years is going to have to have a plan on how they're going to steer Tobago through, how they are going to even possibly have to shield us through any possible fallout. So all of that, I want to believe, would have been what voters took into consideration as they went out and cast their votes. Very alarming as the results came in that the voter turnout was quite low. The voter turnout and this election was quite low. You know, we had quite a few persons that were predicting that this could be a repeat of 2013 or 1986, where we would have seen a very high voter turnout. We're talking about 70% and over, less than 75, but within 70 and 75%. Again, thus far, this is what the board looks like. The Tobago People's Party dominating thus far. I'm going to send you back to the panel, and as soon as we have an update, we're going to bring you right back here to the data side of Decision 2026. Over to you.
Good night, Tobago. If you are just joining us, this is the Tobago Updates Youth Panel Election Night Coverage. I am Jesha Digans, and I'm joined by a dynamic group of young people who will introduce themselves starting this way.
Okay, good night, everyone. My name is Luke James Strim.
Hi, I'm Jada Charles.
Hi, I'm Alex Shrove Thomas.
And young people, let's talk about whether young people felt seen and heard in this election process. So I'll throw out this question to the panel tonight. Do you think that young people's voices were adequately reflected in this campaign process? I guess I could start with Jada. Jada.
Yes, I would say so. I saw a lot of young persons going and being speakers and spokespersons for various political parties. You would have seen that both parties would have had, plans for the young people. They would have included in their manifestos ways to create more jobs for young people, to create a more sustainable economy. And we would have seen a lot of young people coming out to rallies, to meetings in the motorcade. There was a lot of young people as well. So I believe that young people were at the forefront of the election. Yeah, this election.
Thank you, Jada. What about you, Alex?
And I will agree with Jada. The both parties did exercise their youths in terms of on the platforms, on the campaign as well. Even some well, I could tell you one party went far enough to even organize merch that young people relate to. So yes, I think both parties did point out initiatives for the youth and did involve the youth.
Okay, and I think an interesting place to start, Jasha, it all comes down to whether or not we are educating the young people that, election season goes beyond just, jumping up in the motorcade or wearing the merch or, the social media memes. How are the political parties educating young people to actually exercise their democratic right on election day? Because from what we're seeing from the low voter turnout, the big youth wave we expected to see voting this election, it doesn't seem that they came out. So what happened? Are young people actually engaged and informed of how the election process works, or are we just here for the vibes? That is the question that we really need to look into, and I think at the end of this election we will be able to answer that better. But all in all, just to read some unconfirmed numbers that I'm getting here, I'm seeing in the Bethesda Lekito, we've seen that the People's National Movement has 310 votes and the TPP 200, Bonaccord Crumb Point, PNM 217, TPP 281, Mason Hall South Bagatelle, PNM 543, the Tobago People's Party 977. These are some of the numbers we have thus far, and we understand that the projections are indicating to us that Mr. Pollard may retain his seat or may have retained his seat. Thus far, if we look at some of the seats that are leading in the TPP direction, operating on the backdrop of the 2021 THA elections, it is expected that the TPP will then PDP would retain these seats. But I think where we really need to pay attention, you see those contentious seats with where the margin was very slim, the seat with Ansel Dennis and Keegan Denoon. We also have the Plymouth Blackrock seat. We also have Kelvin Morris's seat. I think those are the seats we need to pay attention to. Also, there were also seats where the margin was about in the 100s, and like I said earlier, scientific data suggests to us that every time someone goes up for elections, the voter erosion, they might just naturally lose some votes. So then again, we really need to pay attention to see what's happening in the Scarborough-Mongrace area, especially. So when we get those numbers, we'll be able to share it with the viewers. But thus far, these are the projections we are getting thus far. Back to you, Jasha.
So Luke, you touched on a very important thing, which is the low voter turnout amongst the young people specifically. So panel, why do you think there is a low voter turnout amongst the young people in this particular election? I guess we could start with Alex.
All right, so there's I think a number of factors involved in the low voter turnout. I think both of you all alluded to if young people know about the election system and the THA, that's one. Two, if they're there for vibes, that's another factor. And the other thing, young people know what I got on the ground is that young people want employment. They look at things from a dollar and cent standpoint now, because they are starting their adult lives and they want things from a dollar and cent standpoint. But it is really important, and I know young people want their vibes and so forth, right? But that's part of our enjoyment. But I think it's really important, both sides, and this is not a criticism, but I think both sides, we need to educate the young persons a bit, because I was having a conversation earlier today, and I was mentioning that the Assembly legislature, who knows that the Assembly legislature is actually older than the Red House? But that is just right up to Scarborough persons pass the building and don't even have an idea of the age of the building and the significance of the building. And I think we need to educate our young persons about the island and the unique governance system that we have. In fact, persons don't even realize that our governance system is very close to the State of Jersey system, State of Jersey in the Channel Islands. It's very, very close. In fact, I wouldn't say the same, but they are very related. So if you check about governance system across the world and across the Westminster system, you will see that we have a lot of commonalities across the world.
And just to chime in, I think that what motivates a lot of young people is different to what would have motivated them.
Correct.
Before. You know, traditionally persons would have been voting for parties, die hard and say, okay, I'm sticking to this one party and I will forever vote them. But you see now young people are more aware and conscious about what are the benefits to me.
Correct.
What am I going to get if I elect you, if I go out to vote? And a lot of the times, you know, they don't feel as seen and heard after the election. They feel like, you know, a lot of they are seen about during election. They might get, you know, favors, money, they might get promise of jobs, but then after the election, you know, young people are just left by the wayside and they're feeling like, okay, I'm not benefiting, so what is the point of me supporting any political party? So we realize that now they're moving away from just sticking to one thing, and they're really thinking about how they're going to get more jobs, how they're going to make more money, because times are hard, and that is really what is motivating them at this point in time.
And you know, to add to the conversations we're having, I think an interesting place for us to really start is what motivates young people in Tobago to vote. Because what we can observe is that as the youth, we are conditional voters. So you see the traditional, you know, mommy and daddy is this party, the grandparents vote a certain way, the household vote a certain way. We tend to stay away from that. And like you said, we like to cast our vote based on how it benefits us as young people, whether it's employment, whether it's the way our community is going to be developed. But I think this election, it really comes down for us to question on both sides of the party how well the manifestos and the mandates really translated to us as the youth, how we can benefit. And I think those factors are the factors that will, you know, aid in us in motivating us to vote. But Jaysha, before I throw it back to you viewers, just some more preliminary results. We are observing that the seats for Felicia Vez-Augustine, Natisha Charles-Pantin, Ian Pollard. We are hearing that even on the west side, Keegan Dinoon seat, it seems to be leading in the direction of the Tobago People's Party. Again, that seat between Keegan and Ansel, it's going to be a very contentious seat for so many reasons. One, the margin last time. Two, the fact that Keegan was a former PNM candidate and he switched over to the TPP. Very, you know, sudden, very, you know, unexpected. And third, you know, people are of the belief that Keegan Dinoon was somewhat a protege to Ansel Dennis. So it really comes down to how the people of Tobago are going to view Keegan's crossover. Is it betrayal? Is it something that is progressive in this step? Because then again, as young people, we like to go out with the old and in with the new. And I think that would have motivated us in the last THA elections, because the PDP would have campaigned on change. You know, the PDP would have branded the then PNM as an old and archaic party. You know, they were in power for over 21 years, and they let us know as Tobagonians, okay, 21 years is enough. It's time for us to vote for change. Back to you, Jaysha.
Yes, so of course, a lot of the first-time voters take up the youth population, right? And today I had a conversation with an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old, both which would have been first-time voters in the Tobago House of Assembly elections, and they said that they do not want to vote, and indeed they did not vote. So I guess my question is, what can parties do differently the next time around to encourage first-time voters to be a part of the process?
I think the culture in terms of the political culture in Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago, it needs to change, because at the end of the day, young people are looking up to our leaders. They are our role models. So what it is, we see that, you know, our leaders are engaging in behavior that is not really benefiting to progress, so it's not really something that is exemplary. You know, young people kind of tend to stay away and say, you know, we ain't really on this bacchanal thing, because at the end of the day, they're not focusing on progress or developing our island. They're focusing on fighting and bashing one another. So I think politicians need to work on empowering young people more, being a better example, setting that standard, so other young people aspire to one day take office, take governance, and be like them.
Okay, and Jisha, before I throw it back over to you for your next question, just some more unconfirmed results. In the area of Bonaccord Crown Point, we are seeing that the People's National Movement has 607 votes, while the Tobago People's Party has 683 votes. In the area of Bethelza Lekito, we are seeing that the People's National Movement has 508 votes, and the Tobago People's Party with 374 votes. Mason Hall North Moriah, People's National Movement 653, the Tobago People's Party 1096 votes. Belgarden Glamorgan, People's National Movement 213, Tobago People's Party 444 votes. And those are the preliminary results we have received in the studio thus far. Back to you, Jisha.
Thank you so much, Luke, for those results. Alex, what about you? What can be done differently to encourage first-time voters next time around?
I could relate with what Jisha said in terms of the political culture. Yes, we need to move away from, well, we have a lot of picong, a lot of attack, because at the end of the day, politics is a formal way of war. Yeah. Right? At the end of the day, for example, if you go back to the Westminster system, the gap between the two sides is actually two sword lengths away.
Right.
Right? Because it's a formal way of doing war. But I think as everything evolved, now we have AI and so forth. I think we as well in the politics need to evolve and know to communicate and reach the young persons and explain to them, listen, this is what will happen. And this is what will happen if you don't, or this is what will happen if you do, right? Young people now are well researched. We can't get away from the fact that they don't know anything. They are well researched, and I think we need to come clean and plain with them.
Yes, correct. Do you have any thoughts on this, Luke?
I think, Jisha, what happened with us in Trinidad and Tobago and by extension the region is that the COVID-19 pandemic would have really united people when it comes down to digital connectivity.
Yes.
And why did I say that? Is that, during the COVID pandemic, we would have observed that even the older folks learn how to use social media. I have people who are probably pensioners, they are on Facebook, they have iPhones. So now people know how to tune into social media, and that would have added a layer to how information is circulated during election season, because we know that the older generation tend to believe everything that they see on the phone. So when that WhatsApp paragraph come in and the Facebook auntie start to forward it to us,
correct.
Sometimes you have to say, listen, this information, I think you may need to fact check it. But the point I'm trying to make is that social media has become a very, very important and underestimated tool in elections. I mean, it may not necessarily sway the outcome, but it is an excellent vehicle to get your mandates across, and most importantly reach the young people, and by extent those who may live on social media, because we have the people who are at home, we know them as the Facebook aunties. They are always frequently on Facebook. What I want to say is that social media acts somewhat as a home for some of the voters. So it's really important for both political parties to understand how to use social media. And I think that the Tobago People's Party, they sort of understood that assignment. I think the People's National Movement in this election, it was a huge improvement. The social media was a huge improvement compared to the last 2021 election. So young people, pay attention to that, and we will cast a vote on the party that looking better, sounded better, looking like, okay, this is something that is young, fresh and new. So people need to be very mindful of the optics when it comes down to social media and the way their party and their party's ideas are presented to the public.
Definitely. And let's talk about leadership. What do you all think are some leadership qualities, or qualities on a whole, that persons, young people, are looking for in leaders right now?
I would say one would be transparency. You know, the people need to know that they can trust their leader. Correct. They need to know that their leader is keeping them informed. And it's not something to do with anything like fear-mongering or causing panic, but people will feel more comfortable if, there is transparency, there is that level of communication between the population and the leadership, instead of us speculating, because as Luke said, a lot of information is shared on social media, and people begin to question and come to their own assumptions, but nothing is being confirmed. They're not getting that clarity that is needed. So I believe that a leadership quality would definitely be transparency. That needs to be, it needs to come out more and be emulated more in our leaders going forward.
What about you, Alex?
So I will also agree with the sentiment of Jisha, transparency, because persons want to know and have information and clarity on what is happening at the end of the day. And one thing I think should not happen with no political party is that persons should be using highfalutin language, trying to explain an answer and not say anything at the end of the day. Because you might try to give an answer and then it's like, what did you really say at the end of the day? We want to be clear and plain sometimes. Sometimes to communicate to people, you don't have to use any big words, right? Also, vision. Vision is really important. Where you want to see your leadership and where you want to carry the island. That is really important because we could follow vision. Right? If you have to show us where you want to go and not also show us, but start the actual groundwork. So at least we can know you didn't just say something, you're walking the talk as well.
Yes, and before I hand over to Luke to give us some more results, I think an important thing for young people to see in their leaders is humility.
Yes.
Because we like to know that our leaders are accessible. We like to know that we could speak to our leaders about the issues that we are facing. So Luke, over to you with the more results.
Before I get into the results, because our team are still tallying and verifying for us, just to touch on the points that you all made, I think when it comes down to leadership from a youthful perspective, the first thing we will look for is relatability. How relatable are you as a political candidate? I think too often some of our political candidates think that the way to present themselves is, I attended this university and I have the first class honors and I'm smarter and better than all of you and that is why, you should vote for me. But if you juxtapose that to a politician that comes to you and say, for example, I grew up in the village of Mount St. George from a single parent home. I come from humble beginnings. Observing my mother having to struggle, to make ends meet and to send me to school to give me an education makes me intimately understand some of the struggles that young people face, single parents face, and why it's important for people to have people that represent them, that cares, that understands where they come from. So I think, and we touched on that earlier, relatability is a very important factor when it comes down to leadership, especially on the island of Tobago, because we are now seeing really that we compare candidates and candidates. It comes down to political leader versus political leader. And I think we saw that in the last 2021 elections when it was, the Chief Secretary Fali Chavez Augustine versus the Tracy Davidson Celestine, and we would have seen that most of the campaign focused on who is the better of the two, who is the better leader, who is the more relatable, and by extent, which one of the candidates will to be going on to gravitate to being a chief secretary candidate. And I'm now seeing some preliminary results coming in there. Plymouth Blackrock, the People's National Movement, 229 votes. The Tobago People's Party, 193 votes. Those are all the numbers we have received thus far. So back to you, Jaysha.
Thank you so much, Luke. And of course, even as we are on the topic of our leaders, how do you think that we as young people can hold our leaders accountable even outside of the election process?
I think as young people, we need to use our voice more. We need to stop being quiet and stand up. When we see things that are implemented, policies or laws that are amended or changed or introduced that will affect us or will affect our standard of living going forward, we cannot just sit back and say, well, we're taking this. We're not going to say nothing. What we could do, we can do a lot. We can protest. We can say, we don't like this. This is affecting us, because at the end of the day, our leaders are in charge of taking care of the population. They are in charge of making sure that our economy grows, that the people there have a sense of feeling comfortable where they live. Or as you see, a lot of persons where they feel uncomfortable or where they feel pressured, they turn to violence or a life of crime, or they may leave the country because they feel like it's stagnated and it's not benefiting them. So I feel like young people, especially now, going into a transformative era where we are seeing technological advancements and stuff like that, we need to hold our leaders accountable. We need to speak out and speak up.
Alex?
I agree. We definitely need to have a voice, because that's the only way. At the end of the day, we are going to become the future leaders.
Definitely.
So we have to get good practice from now. we can't just be quiet now and then you expect us to be the best communicators then.
Correct.
We have to have a practice from now and change the dynamics now. So young people need to have a voice in every sector. That's the only way you can influence change, right? If you are not heard, then nobody could say that they heard something from you. You have to be heard. Sometimes your opinion might be the ideal status quo, but sometimes you might take your opinion into consideration and it might create change for the better. So I think that is where we need to go.
All right, Jisha, just some more preliminary results in Belgarden, Glamorgan. We're seeing in polling station 5060, the Tobago People's Party would have they would have gained 157 votes. The People's National Movement 67. Polling station 5050, the Tobago People's Party 163, People's National Movement 63 votes. 5065, Tobago People's Party 182, People's National Movement 120, and 5060 TPP 148 and the People's National Movement 95. So based on these numbers, we are seeing that the Tobago People's Party seems to be leading in the area of Belgarden, Glamorgan. But to your question about young people and how we can keep our leaders accountable, I think that comes down to an excellent doctrine that governs politics and voting, and that is, as a political candidate, that office that you enter when you win the election, it doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the people.
Yes.
And in this
Always.
case, it belongs to the people of Tobago. So by extent, as a politician, that is not your office, you are just renting it for 4 years, and based on your performance, then the people of Tobago, they will renew your contract for 4 more years. So coming down to keeping our leaders accountable, as the youth, we need to know the difference between when somebody genuinely wants to help you and mamagism. And I think that every Tobagonian has a bachelor degrees in physics when it comes down to mamagaying politicians. So when you go to a political candidate or your elected official and you tell them this is an issue that is affecting you, and they give you all the fancy and lovely words just to train up your head, you need to be able to say, sir, madam, I do not want your yes, what I want from you is your action. And you need to keep them accountable, because too much people love to make our politicians feel like is they running the show, when in actuality you are working for us.
Basically,
your tenure in that office depends on how we exercise our right in the voting booth. So at the end of the day, a lot of politicians need to come down to the realization that when you are serving, you are not serving yourself, you are not serving your career, you're not serving your friends, you're not serving your family, you are serving your constituency, the people who would have empowered you and gave you that honor to lead them. And I think on the island of Tobago, when we start to appreciate that doctrine, then we will see that our politicians actually work for us and not against us.
That's right. And Luke, we are seeing on the screen that Ian Pollard is in the lead with 537 votes, and Kwesi Devines is at 458 votes. So my young panel, if any of our political leaders are tuned in right now, or even candidates by extension, and they are listening to us, what are some of the issues that we want to tell them that they need to focus on when they get into power?
I would say job opportunities is that number one for young people. A lot of young people are educated. There is no issue with our education system in Trinidad and Tobago. Persons are educated, they go off to college and then they come back and there is no jobs, there's no work, there is a scarcity. So I feel like we should move away from, just the Tobago House of Assembly jobs and invest in our sectors, create opportunities, invest in the entrepreneurs on the island, because a lot of people have that mindset. They want their own businesses. They want to invest into the economy and give back. So I think that is number one, job creation for young people.
Alex?
Yes, I will agree with the job creation, and I think we need to stop or decrease the incidence of underemployment happening, because as you say, persons are going to study and coming back and they are underemployed, right? And that's happening a lot. Apart from the employment, is able to equip persons with the necessary skills and education to find the employment. Right, because we want to become the greatest little island on the planet, we must be able to find the necessary workforce to take up the jobs. Because the reality is there are some jobs on the island that will be taken by foreigners. And we have to, if not Well, if it's done before, we have to start now to start to make steps to fill the gap. Sometimes we can't take everything, but we have to make steps to fill the gap.
Okay, and I think what I would say when it comes down to what we are looking for as young people, obviously we want the dust, we want the money, because as young people we have things to do. Cards to clear. We want to improve what standard of living.
Is that a confession?
And I think too,
but just for the persons who might be listening, right? Especially the persons who may be older and wondering what cards to claim.
Okay.
Can you just kind of explain it, please?
You know, online shopping is something that is very central to us as the youth, and we don't want to depend on anybody. So we don't want to be waiting on mommy and daddy to have to give us money to just survive in life. We want to make our own funds. And I think as young people, we really need to shift our perspective on how we go about, you know, earning that money. Because I think people always like to sit down and say, hey, I want multiple jobs. But the thing is, we don't really want multiple jobs. We want to have access to multiple streams of income.
Correct.
What does that mean? So, for example, you could be a young professional, you know, working in the Tobago House of Assembly. So, you know, on one end, you're a BOA from the 8 to 4. But then on another level, you may have skills that you can capitalize on. For example, you can be a hairdresser, you can be a barber, you could be a small business owner. So how can you as a politician use your power and your influence to empower us as young people so that we can capitalize on those skills that we already have? And I think another thing and another problem we have, before we switch it back over to Natalie, right?
She's at the PNM headquarters.
I think before we wrap up, we're going to switch it over to Natalie. She's at the PNM headquarters just to give us an update. Yes. Excellent, yes.
Hi, Natalie. Hi, good evening. I am coming to you live outside the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement once more, and at least the rain has stopped. The mood has not changed that much at the headquarters here, Uptown Scarborough, Tobago. A few more supporters came in, but you're seeing those from the older age bracket. Of course, everyone is staring at the big screen, looking as the numbers are coming in. Looking at the numbers coming in and keeping up to date. Again, general election. Political Dennis, much later on. We understand that many of the candidates are in their electoral district still monitoring numbers in as the results are coming in. So right now, still a very quiet mood, no type of celebratory or any indication of that as yet, as they are monitoring the results very closely here. And that's what's happening here at the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement, Uptown Scarborough. So back to you in studio, guys.
We're back here at the panel here with us, and we're going to look at, we're getting all these unofficial results, and we understand the racial situation.
I'm ready to. How long I give me out?
There's a golden lane that's looking a little iffy, and she's not in the lead at this time. And actually, Dennis seemed to have lost the seat.
Unofficially, I'm hearing that the region won the seat. But as everything else has been said.
Yeah, unofficially, we hear Zorisha in the balance, you know, but and so Dennis is also seat on the hearing. And you know, we still had to get some confirmed reports about it, but we're not hearing anything with respect to
yeah, I have to be one. Foxborough and
Kelman, or Kelman.
Yeah, but the new Grange also.
Yeah, and the new Grange. So I don't know why we have this communications contacts that we have.
6.
Yeah. So,
well, it seems as though we're looking at a 15 million. I always
looking like it could change.
But I mean, I sit in there. You must have met me.
Well, what I would say, Mr. Craig, is that we could discuss the implications if there's a 15 listed, okay, or there's a 14-1 like before. What does it do for democracy in Tobago? What does it do for good governance in Tobago? That's the kind of thing that because this one is looking like to us, the numbers are looking like that. Even if we get a 13-2, you're coming down with a majority and a minority of 2. So what does it do for democracy? How do we see it?
The whole thing is,
Only appeal guy I see.
if you have 13, if you have 15 seats, if you have remaining 1 seat of school position, you have the right of a post. But I don't think they got information for that. I remember we raised that at the last time when there was 12 minutes for the whole London. And then they were supposed to pursue that by making an amendment to the act. And that did not happen. So I think the last 6 seats, that is when they changed and have 15 and 2 more seats. I had 15. Yeah, so that you could have a chance of a tie. You know, there's a little chance of a tie when you have a thing like that again. But in any case, there's no provision for council, and that is a little
If you have a 15-0.
If you have a 15-0.
So that means you only have people, you have no
representation by the opposition. The recommendation that was made at one point in time, if I could remember carefully, was that they were to approach the president to have that the amendment so done so that the president, in her decision, to make an appointment, and most likely she will look at appointing somebody from the party that was second in the electoral race.
But I think Mr. Overlander did not agree to that.
Because of their interest.
Yes,
because of their interest, you know.
Yeah, but
when you talk about it, how it benefit democracy, you know, that is the part that it is very critical. You know, from time to time you may have this 15-15 again, you know, may not be taken. But we're not even sure that will be a 15.
I don't know why we're declaring 15-0 because the election goes like this.
We're hearing reports that until Dennis lost his seat.
We haven't heard anything from Signal Hill, nothing from Bethel. We have heard nothing. So we could still get some more because we need opposition.
That's right.
We need a minority for proper democracy. This 12 thing what happened some years ago, it didn't even make sense for development of the political landscape in Tobago. Yes, the last election was 6-6. Then we went to 14-1. Oh my God, you were 41 again. Yes, it's some of the day that's been nice. Let's celebrate to say yes, we clean sweeping time or whatsoever. But to have good governance and to have some kind of, we like a little static in the house. We have to get some kind of opposition. So yes, we want to celebrate in the majority because who doesn't want to win? Yes. No one likes to consider 8-7 a win, 9-6 a win. But it is what it is right now, but we shouldn't declare 15-0 yet in my favor of us.
I don't think we're declaring. The discussion, the options are in front of us, and how do we sit as we move forward as an island, and we are looking for autonomy and all of that. We are looking for independence, senators coming from Tobago, who live in Tobago, that kind of a thing. If you have a 15-0, the president might say, look, almost everybody there is supporting that government that has got 15, and therefore I'm not appointing any independent person. So all of these things, they have implications for us as a people.
If I may, the intent of the Tobago Assembly, where Mr. Robinson indicated the horseshoe, was designed to have one space of discussion and to negotiate and to do for Tobago. We over time have...
They call it a unicameral.
Right. We have adopted a kind of confrontational type politics where we look at you across there and you there and I'm here. But the horseshoe works against that in the sense that the unicameral system. So having 15 people of one party, and that is why when Mr. Liu kicked us out of his party, we had to go independent, and I would like, should I say it again? Because people seem to believe that we hijacked Duke party and all kind of craziness. Mr. Duke and it's on record told us to get out of his party, and we could find the tape if we have the time to do research. So after he kicked us out and we became independent, right? All 13 of us. That's why we was in the house legally and solid, because the house is not designed necessarily to give all this respect to parties. So if the TPP wins 15 seats and we same as 15 independents sitting together to plan for Tobago's progress, we don't have a problem.
Well, you have to look at the original assembly. Remember, just what you said, the assembly was made up of the planter class, who was the best pig farmer, who was the cane farmer, right, and that kind of a thing, Vince people. Okay, so there's nothing about party in the assembly, right? And if you notice, you have a minority leader, you don't have an opposition, right? Because we are all Tobagonians. You understand?
That was what Benson was thinking.
Well, that is how the act is done. So you have a minority, you don't have opposition, even though we like to call it. So how are we going to move forward? Okay, whether we get 13-2, 14-1, or 15-0. 15-0, I would think, is an area of concern.
I think this is where the autonomy conversation is jumping.
And maybe at this point we could talk about what some of the key issues moving forward, assuming that the PGP will
PGP they're going right.
Yeah,
I think before we even get to the problems, sometimes we need to listen to like what the society wants to hear. For example, who do you think is going to be secretary of whichever area? Like something coming up real plenty. Yeah. Who are going to be the councillor? Who is this councillor thing they may come in for this 13-2? Who might be the secretary of education? That's close to my heart because I'm a teacher. Who will be the secretary of tourism? Those are the kind of things that the actual person out there right now want to get with regard to because it looks as if it's going to be making up script. You know? So.
And I think that, of course, that prerogative rests with the chief secretary.
That is question, chief secretary.
Right.
When people too have their views,
yes, of course,
who they feel more comfortable or could fit the bill, from those elected. And this is the appointed councillor.
This is an opportunity for the chief, for want of a better term, to reshuffle. Because now you're starting with a clean slate. If there is somebody functioning in a division where he would have like to consider giving them a change, now is the time. And now is the time to do that and allow a whole fresh slate. You know, I think he will take the opportunity and reshuffle it back, and I think that would be good for Tobago.
Yeah.
And yes, some of the new kids coming on are bright people. At least I didn't hear about any of them actually winning their seats as yet. I need to be careful here. But should we get winners out of some of the 4 or 3 brand new people, Alexis and they are very for want of a better term, very intelligent people. I think that they could lead in different divisions if needs be.
Yes.
Well, let's go to let's switch and go back to the board and see what's happening at PDP at office.
TPP?
You know PDP?
TPP.
Yeah, TPP.
So guys, it's like deja vu. Remember April 28, 2025, when the map of Trinidad started looking yellower and yellower by the second? Well, Tobago is looking bluer and bluer by the second. Let's check the board. And we have a Bethel New Grange with some stats, Mount St. George Goodwood with some stats, and also Roxborough Argyle. Let's start up here. We have Darren Henry representing the Tobago People's Party, thus far 167 votes he garnered there. Sterling Timothy representing the People's National Movement, 92 votes garnered. And Terrence David from the Innovative Democratic Alliance, 1. Let's see how many polling stations we have in, and that is from the Bethel Community Center. We still have 2, 4, 6, 7 more polling stations within that electoral district. Heading back to the board, we also have Mount St. George Goodwood. We see the Tobago People's Party in the lead, trending We have a 62 voter margin here. We have a Megan Morrison with 182 in the lead for the Tobago People's Party, and the People's National Movement, Kamisha Chadban with 120. Let's check how many polling stations we have in. That's 1 out of 5, so we still have 4 more to go. All right, and heading back to the board, we also have Roxborough Argyle. Previously, we had reports, unconfirmed, unofficial reports, that the Delaford area was a landslide in favor of the Tobago People's Party. That is Orlando Kerr. And I would say from the results here, it's trending in his favor. We have 831. He's in the lead at 72.3%. He's in the lead, and we have Shanae John with 318. That's quite a vast margin. Let's check out the polling stations and see what we have. All right, so that's 2, 4, 6 polling stations. We have 4 in already. We still have 2 more. That's St. Paul's Anglican Primary School. So we have those 2 awaiting. We see Louis Door was in, and St. Barnabas Anglican Primary School also in there. Taking a total of 4 of the polling stations there. All right. So the Tobago People's Party in Roxborough Argyle certainly trending towards their victory there. We have an update with Palliative Lands for Miss Speyside. Looking a lot like 2021. Fali Chavez Augustine dominated every single polling station within his electoral district. We see right now the Tobago People's Party, Fali Chavez Augustine, 514 votes against the People's National Movement, Maxlon Roberts, carrying a 108, and Linda Daniel, Innovative Democratic Alliance, she has garnered a 16. Let's take a look at the polling stations here, and we see we still have 2, 4, 6 more to come in, and we have these 3 already in. That's Castaro Government Primary School, Palliative Multipurpose Facility, and Lands for Me Community Center. So we have more on the north side. We still have Charlottesville to come in there as well, and all the way down to Delaford RC Primary School. But again, if we remember, we take some reflection back into 2021, where Fali Chavez Augustine dominated every single polling division within his constituency. Let's see if we have an update here in Belgarden, and we do. We see Dr. Faith Brebner representing the Tobago People's Party. Again, an upward trend. Her trajectory is looking like a victory. We see 468 for the Tobago People's Party. Carl McEwen representing the People's National Movement, 225, and Jalon Carter of the IDA has captured 1 vote. And we still have 2 more polling stations come in. That's John Roberts Memorial School of SDA, that's located in Glamorgan itself, and the Belgarden Multipurpose Facility, where is exactly where Dr. Faith Brebner would have cast her vote earlier this morning. All right, heading back to the board. Taking a look again at Ian Whitey Pollard. Trending upward again for the Tobago People's Party. We see an over 200 difference thus far in the votes between the 2 leading candidates, which would be Ian Whitey Pollard for the Tobago People's Party and Kwesi Devines for the People's National Movement. All right, still awaiting Mason Hall Secondary School. There are 2 polling divisions at Mason Hall Secondary School, and we still await those results. We take a look at the momentum, and as we can see clearly, the trajectory of the Tobago People's Party is upward. The People's National Movement, then we have the IDA, and nothing has come in yet regarding the Buku Mount Pleasant seat, where we will have the unity of the people. Again, no seats have been called as yet. But so far, these are the stats that we are working with. 66% of the total votes garnered thus far overall has gone to the Tobago People's Party, 32.9% for the People's National Movement, and 0.6% for the Innovative Democratic Alliance. And as I told you before, the board keeps looking bluer and bluer by the minute. The Tobago People's Party thus far dominating 8 electoral districts. Oh, that's 7 rather. Sorry about that. That's 7 electoral districts thus far. We have the Tobago People's Party dominating those electoral districts. Again, the map keeps looking bluer and bluer by the second. Take a look at how the political parties, the 2 major political parties, would have campaigned for that 6-week, well, just a few days shy of 6-week campaign period. This is the moment where it's either the Tobago People's Party blueprint or the People's National Movement, a big, red, bold plan would have captivated the people of Tobago. Who is going to be seated tonight? Who is going to be our Chief Secretary? Which administration are we going to have? Which political party is going to take the administration of the Tobago House of Assembly to take us through the next 4 years, especially in these times, these uncertain times, these times of instability, a lot of tension happening around us, even the geopolitical tension, of course, taking that into consideration. It was a sore point of the campaign trail. And so we take you right down to the very last ballot right here on Tobago Updates Television. Again, I want to thank you so much for choosing us and joining in, because as we promised, we are going to take you down to the last ballot. We are going to have those conversations that you know you want to be a part of, our youth panel and our expert panel, talking about the political atmosphere here in Tobago and why Tobagonians would have voted the way they have at the end of the night when the election is finally called and we know who the winner is. We look at the analysis thereafter. Why did Tobagonians vote the way they did? Of course, again, Tobago Updates Television, we will be taking you all the way through. I know that there must be jubilation in the Tobago People's Party camp. Of course, you know that they will gather at the Esplanade later on once it is victory. But I mean, even if it's not victory, we know that they are going to gather because the trajectory thus far shows that they are in the lead. And if it is the People's National Movement, they always gather at Market Square. Well, Tobago Updates Television, we will be there to bring you live coverage of that. We are going to switch back over to the panel right now, but as more numbers come in, as the board is updated and we see the trajectory of the board, you'll be back with me where I will bring you all the updates and give you all the stats. So back on over to the panel.
Back here and looking at some interesting news there, and we're also having more information as usual, unofficial. At one stage we were hearing that Zorisha was not in the lead, and now we're hearing that Zorisha had now back into the lead in that area. We're not too sure if all the things have been counted, but it looks like it, from what we're hearing, that Zorisha maybe have won that seat. And but we're still waiting for final confirmation from my sources. And we're hearing that Colonel Alexis is very close in terms of winning that seat. Very, very close. I understand there were a lot of counts in that area. And which is the other one? We're hearing that for Buku, we know that Tate also, from our information, that Tate won that seat in that Signal Hill Patience area. So that is what we're hearing at this point. Maybe just for a quick minute, we could just say, before we hand over to the youth panel, what are some of the issues now that we're pretty sure that the TPP will be back in power? What are some of the key issues? And what, Charmaine, you wanted to discuss?
Well, two things I want to say. Whoever is coming into tourism, the chief secretary might have to look outside of his elected people, because you want an experienced person, you want somebody who knows what they're doing, maybe a business person, because the tourism sector cannot go on like how it went in the last 4 years. It needs some dynamism inside of it. It needs money inside of there as well. So you better look for somebody, and somebody very good to deal with the tourism sector. People have invested millions and billions of dollars on their plans and so on in Tobago investing. They have workers and all of that. And we cannot continue to have people only on the weekend from Trinidad. And our numbers keep on declining. Right now we have figures 19,000 foreigners. It cannot continue. Serious consideration has to be given to the tourism sector. And whoever you put inside it, we are no longer going to accept some lame duck person while our investment is being ruined. So I'm going to say that's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is the idea of the contractors. Some red line needs to be crossed underneath it. These are all Tobago people. You have to sit down now and know what you're going to do with these contractors. You cannot go into the next 4 years and talk about contractors. Do you owe them 35 million? You have worked it out, it's 35. Sir, will you accept 30? And let's move on. Okay, so that you'll have your contractors on an even keel. You have crossed over that. You cannot go on in another 4 years and talk about contractors every day. That's what I would say for now. I have lots of notes here, but that's what I would say for now.
I think that
just quickly because we have to go to
I must note make reference of the blueprint. The blueprint is an instructive document. I think every Tobagoan should try and take a look at it. And it's not, although it's a vision, it's a pathway, but I don't think the Chief Secretary is hesitant to anybody who thinks that they could tweak it a bit here or there for the betterment of the community. Let's move on.
All right.
As you know, education is very close to my heart. More things being done in educational sector well, some things are there, but just to be taken more into consideration. Look at the teachers, speak with the teachers. But I guess when we come back from the updates, I will stay more because I don't want to.
Okay, we go to updates, and Joel is at the TPP headquarters, and we want to hear from him what he's seen and what he's hearing, and maybe fill us in on some information that maybe we don't have.
We're here at the TPP court headquarters live in the Port Mall, and we're here with the chairwoman of the party, and that's Natasha, and second as well as the general secretary. And the atmosphere here is quite confident but quiet optimism, and they're refusing to declare some seats until they have confirmed figures. But what we are seeing coming in is that the area for the incumbent Assemblywoman Zorisha Hackett, she is declaring a win in her area of Bethesda, Lescotho, and we are seeing also that they are wanting to declare for the incumbent Ian Pollard, and his area is Mason Hall, North Moriah. And we're also hearing that for the incumbent for Les Speyside, Lansfame, Parlatuvier, for the Assemblyman, Chief Secretary Farley Augustine, they're looking to declare as well those numbers for a win. But as I said, the atmosphere at the TPP headquarters is quietly confident, but the members are continuing to gather here. What we saw as we went across Tobago from district to district, we were able to speak with the Deputy Chief Secretary. We were all was in the mornings. So we are looking to see whether the numbers bear out an increased activity. But when we look at the number of registered voters across Tobago, and that's over 53,000 people, we are
Hi everyone, if you are just tuned in, this is Tobago Update election night coverage, and we are the youth panel. I'm joined by Luke James Trim, Jada Charles, and Alex Job Thomas. So we are here and discussing youth issues because youth issues are indeed prominent in our space. And I have a question to throw out to the panel this afternoon. How important is collaboration between the THA and the central government to further the issues, the youth issues, or to further deal with the youth issues? And I'll start with Alex.
I know my Spanish is a bit bad, but it's muy importante because we at the end of the day we are sub-national government. At the end of the day, so our allocation comes from the central government. The parliament passes the laws in the country, right? We have the THA Act. We operate under the THA Act. Mainly, well, we have the responsibilities of the different clauses, and then we have mainly the 5th and 6th, 7th schedule, but our responsibilities are listed out in the 5th schedule. So collaboration is important because it stands now the assembly legislator cannot pass laws, right? And we have to go through the parliament to get laws passed and collaborate with the central government. In fact, the regulatory bodies exist from the central government level. I'll give you an example about the export license. To get the export license, we had to go through the Ministry of Energy. That came from the central government. We couldn't give ourselves an export license. So the central bank exists in Trinidad. That's another example. So we have to collaborate with the central government, whether you like it or not.
What are your thoughts, Jada?
I agree with what he says, that there needs to be communication with the line ministries and the divisions, because we see a lot of the funding that central government is given to Tobago in their budgetary allocations. You know, it goes into different sectors that are governed and controlled by certain divisions, and we should ensure that our ministers and the secretaries in charge of these divisions in Tobago have good communication. They have that collaboration so that, you know, things can flow easily with development. Central government plays a central role in our development of the nation, and by extension, you know, sometimes Tobago may feel like, you know, they are not really being as developed as Trinidad. So what is very important is that our representatives advocate for that development. They advocate for more from central government, and that is also going to bolster their communication between each other.
And Jisha, I have a different perspective on, you know, that collaboration. I think before we reach the level of collaboration between the Tobago House of Assembly and central government, we first need to look at how the collaboration happens at the level of the divisions, for example, with the administrators and the secretaries. Because, for example, you can have an administrator in a division who may not fully appreciate what youth development is like.
Correct.
So when we have these administrators who don't know what youth development looks like, what it's like, we will now see that, you know, everything is just condensed to probably sports, some 1 week workshop, nothing that really benefits young people. And until we have those permanent secretaries and ministers really understand what it is to empower young people, then we can see greater collaboration happening at the THA level and the central government level, because then they now understand that, okay, this is what the youths need, these are the programs that will benefit them, and this is how we can start to distribute it within Trinidad and Tobago. So I think some administrators and permanent secretaries need to be very real and very illusional with themselves and not to be delusional, because if you know, because of probably, you know, your background or your experience or just what your interests are, you do not have a great appreciation for youth development, you know, you have to be humble enough and respectful enough to
or the age bracket
as well. You need to be confident enough to bring in young people that understand what the youth development space looks like. Because, for example, if we look back at the history of some of our candidates, for example, Chief Secretary Fali Chavez Augustine in 2006, he served as the CARICOM Youth Ambassador. 3 years ago, Keegan Zanoon, who we are hearing is projected to win his seat, he also served as CARICOM Youth Ambassador. We have the Tobago Youth Council's president. These are people who understand what youth development looks like, what the youths on the island want want. And therefore, for example, you as an admin or permanent secretary, you could call them in for 1 week, have a little conversation, collaborate with the young people, because there's a difference between making policy and implementing workshops that are for youths and making policies and implementing workshops with the young people. So I think until we have that level of respect between us and the older folks, then we can see that young people are really placed at the forefront. For example, I wanted to we are living in a space where after school you could walk in the division of community development and youth development, and you could learn how to do a proper resume. You can learn how you carry about yourself at a job interview, how to get job interviews, how do you network with people, because I think in Tobago, old people always used to tell me, when you go out in places, you must talk to people. When you go funerals, weddings, you must talk to people, because the reality, some of these people have positions of influence. Correct. And you don't know when you go in the interview and sit on this person you saw in a wedding, this person you speak to in a funeral, just because of that sense of familiarity. It might change the way and the outcome of your job interview. So I want to see in the upcoming new THA executive a space where the division of community and youth development becomes that hub for young people. We could just walk in and learn something. We can gain something. How are you all placing young people within the job sector on the island of Tobago? So these are the things we are looking for.
This new organization from Build It from the ground up, and we are very pleased that we were able to organize our people to share a vision and inspire persons to believe that vision. And now we have all come together, our votes have counted, and we have taken the government, and we will be leading Tobago. We will be continuing the trajectory that we started out on, and we are very excited.
Tell us
as well.
Tell us, in terms of the 15-0 that you all were expecting, there's just one holdout. How do you feel about that? Is there any disappointment for that one seat that you have not gotten back?
Right, so we're still holding out hope on that one, and we're very excited about it. We understand that a number of additional votes, voters came out to the polls from that particular district, and we're very confident that we're going to take it even to the last vote. That's where we're holding out our hope. So we're ecstatic. We are looking forward to this victory, because the last time we were at this stage, we were waiting with bated breath on the Bukumong Pleasant and the Darrell Spring Wim seat. So it's, similar, and we're all waiting together. We're all excited, and we can't wait to declare that one as well.
But the numbers are still coming in. However, we see that the voter turnout for this election was quite low, disappointingly so, because we wanted people to activate and to come out and vote. Tell me, what do you think accounts for that low voter turnout in this THA 2026 election?
Well, we'll have to do a lot more analysis, and I will have to see the actual data, right? So just as we would have invested heavily in training our workers for the election day machinery, we will go and we'll look at the data, and then we'll have a proper answer for that and be able to adjust, because we do want more persons to participate in the voter process. A victory is a victory, but we want persons to be involved in the process, especially the way that we want to develop Tobago. We must have more persons, more diverse ideas than less.
And in terms of Assemblyman Watson Duke, who he would have, come out in support of the TPP, especially coming out in support of the incumbent Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, do you think that played a role in making sure that you all have 14 seats, as it is now, because the numbers are still coming in, but 14 seats undeclared officially for the one?
We're very happy that he would have decided to lend his support to the TPP, to participate, and so whatever he would have contributed is just as important as anybody else's contribution. So we're glad that all together we have won this election, and we can go forward with our blueprint.
What is the first thing that you all think you will be implementing from this blueprint, and when?
Well, our blueprint is going to be rolled out practically immediately, because we have a lot of foundation already covered. Like, for instance, the education, a number of the policies were already built. We have a number of the infrastructural components already established. We know we're going to be doing Scarborough Sec. We know we're going to be doing a number of bypass roads and so on, connector roads in rural areas. A lot of rural decentralization is going to take place, so that we have more of that development taking place in the countryside, north side, east side, and so on. So all of it is going to be happening together, in various stages, and we have very competent persons from which to choose secretaries and assistant secretaries, and we have demonstrated that we can organize a large number of people. So a lot of people will be supporting our secretaries and assistant secretaries this time around to ensure that we are able to achieve all of the goals set in our blueprint.
And for Mr. Duke, what place will he have, if any, in this ongoing and new administration?
Well, he is welcome, like any other citizen of Tobago and Trinidad, to participate in any initiative that we have, to contribute, to be part of the consultation process, and to just contribute generally.
Can you see that he may have a secretarial role or an assistant secretarial role in this administration if the numbers that we have here for 14.1 are official?
Well, you will have the opportunity to ask our political leader that at around 10ish, when we all move from all of our different districts and we head down to the Esplanade, where he's going to officially address everyone in Tobago.
Thank you very much.
No problem. My turn. My turn. Oh, my turn. It's my turn.
All right, viewers, welcome back to the data side of Decision 2026, where reports just came in that the People's National Movement Tobago Council political leader, Ansel Dennis, and the candidate for Buku Mount Pleasant conceded his electoral district. We're going to confirm that for you. If we go back to the board, we see, or even if we go back to the map, we see that it is still a constant. Tobago is looking bluer and bluer by every single second. The momentum clearly shows a clear trajectory for the Tobago People's Party. All right. For the Tobago People's Party, that they are looking like it's going to be victory, like it's going to be a repeat of April 28 to 2025, where we saw the entire of Tobago turn blue. Again, Tobago Update Television, I want to thank you so much for tuning in and staying with us as we take you down till the final ballot is counted. We are going to confirm that information for you. Remember that Buku Mount Pleasant was one of those battleground electoral districts, and we were looking at it quite closely. We're going to confirm that information that Ansel Dennis did concede. We're going to take you back to the panel and be right back with more updated data for you.
And we are back with the Tobago Updates election night coverage, and this is the youth panel. And Luke, you were making some really great points, and I hope that those that are elected could take note, because of course you are championing the cause of youth and what could be done. So I'll give you the opportunity to just wrap up your statements on what can be done, or how can youth be integrated into decisions.
Well, like I said earlier, Jisha, it all comes down to that collaborative relationship between those who are more knowledgeable than us and the younger population. This practice where the older heads, when they see young people enter the workforce or enter the same room with them, this sense of feeling threatened and wanting to humble young people and keep them suppressed, I think we need to end that practice. But back to some numbers, we are observing that the Tobago People's Party seems to be projecting towards a 15-0 victory, and I think those results suggest to us, but it's unofficial, it's still unofficial, but thus far, it seems as though the Tobago People's Party unofficially seems to be projecting towards a 15-0 victory, and that suggests to us as the voter population that maybe the TPP was able to maintain that momentum from the general elections. And I think if they are to achieve that 15-0, they will prove to the people of Tobago, and by extent the entire region, that the Tobago People's Party is a party that can stand on its own. I think people will of the belief that when they departed from Mr. Watson Duke, that the party would have collapsed, because at the end of the day, personality aside, we're not here to speak about Mr. Duke's personality. When it comes down to his advocacy skills, especially where opposition politics is concerned, he was very versatile. He was able to take the party from 1 to 2 to 4 to 15, 14 to 14-0. So I think the Tobago People's Party, if they are to achieve that 15-0 win in this stage elections, they would have established themselves as the ideal Tobago party for the island. I think unfortunately the People's National Movement would have to accept that as of now, based on the political climate, they may not be an attractive option for the people of Tobago. Probably in the local elections they can try again to see how that climate shifts in Trinidad. But we know that very important for the People's National Movement in Trinidad, it was very dependent on how the Tobago elections the outcome would have been. Because for example, let's just say on the surface, if the PNM were to win about 6 seats, it would have been very easy for the opposition leader to probably start within their internal ranks that Dr. Rowley was the problem, and now this is a new People's National Movement, so therefore the people of Trinidad and Tobago can now give us a second chance, and now they can rally around us. But I think also at the level of Tobago, we are hearing unconfirmed reports that Mr. Ansel Dennis has lost his seat. I think Mr. Dennis will have to do some serious introspection and say to himself that in order for the People's National Movement to increase on the island of Tobago, he may have to make the conscious decision to decrease and let someone new, someone fresh, probably somebody with a younger and more innovative perspectives to lead the party.
Thanks for your recommendation and your thoughts, Luke. You gave us a lot to think about. And this election has been branded as one of the most important elections, right?
Yes.
We have heard that in the space several times. So why do you all think that this election was branded as one of the most important elections? Let me start with you, Alex.
Well, I will start by saying that this election was very important to us in Tobago because, one, we just had a general election where we came out of a couple of years of a very antagonistic relationship, moving to a very collaborative, where people actually seeing the results of the collaboration. So I guess persons want that continuation to happen because persons actually saw, and the antagonistic relationship wasn't fiction, it was facts, right? Persons saw it and persons differentiated. That's why they make certain decisions when they came April last year. Right. So now persons want that level of collaboration because persons want to see Tobago go forward. At the end of the day, Tobago have been, in terms of development, Tobago have been stagnant at a certain point, and we have been, in some cases, some persons feel trapped. And we want to see greater infrastructural development, greater economic development, and so forth, because we haven't had that in a while. Right, and we are seeing regionally places are expanding. For example, Guyana is pushing a lot of funds into infrastructure development because, one, they understand, okay, they have oil now, let's use the money and invest in the infrastructure because one day oil will be depleted. Yes. So you have to ensure that other industries grow in that interim.
So,
we're just going to do a live update at this time, Jaysha. So we're just going to switch over to see what's going on at the other locations. Who do we have up with us? We have Natalie at the PNM headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
An update at the PNM headquarters. I think from what we would have heard unconfirmed, I think the atmosphere at the headquarters.
The People's National Movement, Uptown Scarborough. People have actually decided to leave. Some of the supporters have left. We had a few cars parked here, but now I think we just have one vehicle left. Members of the media are here, still, looking at that dashboard on that screen. in the room trying to keep abreast of what's going on as the results are coming in. However, things have slowed down pretty much. The dashboard is not being updated as fast as it was before, and many of us from the media are relying on our colleagues who are elsewhere to know what's going on with the results. So I thought we would build up some more here, but it's pretty quiet now, a lot more than when we first started coming to you live from this location. And we are wondering if we will see the appearance of Mr. Ansel Dennis, who is the political leader of the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement. But we saw some key supporters, as I mentioned, who would have left. We're not sure if they will return. But this is what's going on here at this time at the Tobago Council PNM's headquarters.
From the Tobago National Movement, the People's National Movement, oh my goodness, People's National Movement headquarters. So as we wrap up, we want to get some closing words from our panelists, right? And I guess I'll start in the opposite direction.
Okay, we're gonna be switching back over to the senior expert panel. But guys, I want to say first, thank you for coming on the show today. I feel so honored to share this space with you all, and I want to thank the Tobago Updates Media House for giving young people like us a platform to articulate our thoughts and opinions, and to also share this space with these experts that we are always accustomed to seeing on the screen during election time. I think closing, we need to understand the demands of the island, the demands of the people of Tobago, and clearly it seems unconfirmed that they are making the decision that the Tobago People's Party seems to be the party to govern the island and represent the interests of Tobagonians. What I would like to see coming in from the new THA executive is a pause on the campaigning and to really see more governing of the island. I think that Tobago is a beautiful island. Tobago is an island that has so much untapped potential. And if our politicians are able to strategically use the power and the influence vested in them by the people of Tobago to really focus on true island development, then Tobago can actually start to become the greatest little island on the planet. Because people like to say, let me take a page from this country, let me take a page from that country. But I think that Tobago is too gifted. Like Tobago can be the example, and other countries can start taking pages from us. So that is what I am looking forward to seeing in the way the next THA executive serves and governs this island of Tobago.
Thank you so much, Luke. Alex?
To start my contribution, my closing remarks, I would say Tobago is we, and I agree. Yes, we can be the example instead of pulling the pace. So I guess that we are special, and I think that is now is the time, to show the world that we are not here to play for slips. Right? And yes, I think the assembly, as soon as the swearing-in formalities will have taken place, should get back to work as soon as possible, because we need to continue our progress along the lines of our trajectory, and I think we are on the road to great things.
What about you, Gina?
Yeah, I agree with the sentiments of these young men here. I think that we need to separate party with governance. We see that a lot of times it's not just, one party. Most parties do it in Trinidad and Tobago. When they get into, whether it's Parliament or the Tobago House of Assembly, it's hard for them to take off that party colors, and they're still in this kind of adversarial mindset when there are, opposition or minorities. And I believe that we need to have this holistic approach. Everybody needs to work together, because the common goal is the betterment of the island, the betterment of the nation. It's the betterment for all Tobagonians. It doesn't matter if a Tobagonian was jumping up with one party, they still have to live here, they still have to work here, their children have to grow up here. So the policies that are implemented, whether you feel like they did not support you, it still must be to their benefit. So I would like, we see that Tobago would have voted for a new party, they would have cemented the Tobago's People Party as that new party. And a lot of people are hopeful. They are looking for change. They are looking for the Tobago People's Party to lead by example and put forward this type of stellar leadership that is a Tobago for all people, regardless of who you would have voted for, who you would have campaigned for. Because at the end of the day, as you said, Tobago is we. It is all of us.
Yes.
And we all have to live here and sustain it. So it is for them to ensure that on tomorrow, the 13th, governance is the mission. Tobago's development is the mission. Tobago's sustainability is the mission.
And of course, I want to say a heartfelt thank you not only to the Tobago Updates family, but to you all for being a dynamic youth panel. And I know that I've been seeing the Facebook comments where persons are definitely proud of the youth panel. I know that unofficially the Tobago People's Party has claimed victory in the election. So at this time, let me say congratulations to the Tobago People's Party. And I hand back over to the other panels.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean, I find it very interesting to see the youth talking out and so on. Some very important issues they're raising there. And I think the powers that be should take and would take note from what the youth panel has been saying. Quite serious issues.
But one of the things that they said that got my attention, the Tobago National Movement. Was that what I heard? It was a mistake, but I think it had me thinking that maybe this might birth another indigenous Tobago. It might be the birth of that because the
Tobago National Movement.
Tobago National.
Yes.
Interesting.
I really need to congratulate the youth panel. And
they did a great job.
I like the youth focus and the way they place their attention. They look very futuristic.
Yes.
And very visionary. That's what I'm proud of.
I see a new guy with us.
Yeah, look like that's much new guy now, boy.
Right, everyone. So it looks like we have a clean sweep. We're finalizing the numbers at this point. But at this point, once you finish with the party and the election, now comes governance. And I hope that with the information on the election, like Low 2 North, for example, that there's a level of humility that comes along with this very big victory. So I want to say congratulations to the TPT side, but for us on PDP, we would have supported. We look forward to the next 4 years. We expect to see a lot of work put in, because as many of the panelists would have shared, Tobago needs a lot of work. There are a lot of things that need to happen. Right? I'd like to mention this concept known as development. And for a lot of us in various aspects of the demographics, we have a youth panel. Right? You have persons in the rural bracket, you have persons in the business sector, right? We're all looking forward to how are those needs going to be sorted. And when you think of development, you don't think of buildings. This is unfortunately a lot of what we do here, a lot of buildings and making roads and all of that, but really development is about figuring out how you can increase the GP of your space, right? And you need to bring in all of the minds. You got to bring in minds like Mr. McFarlane and Mr. Birchwood and Mr. Craig, right? All of the different people in the different spaces must be brought in and have a serious discussion as to what sort of industries that we really want. If it's just tourism we're going to focus on, or are we really going to focus on other things and allow persons from outside to, support us. Right? So that's my observation thus far.
I'm looking here because I did some notes on what a commonality on all three parties, and all of them talked about food security, autonomy, jobs, and the University of Tobago. So I listened to the young people and they were talking about jobs and so on. But you have to also remember that not everybody can be employed. And not everybody can be employed here.
By the government.
By the government.
Right,
okay. And even by the private sector.
Right.
They might work. For the last few years, many years, we have actually been educating people for export.
Yeah.
Because July, August, people leave Tobago and most of them never come back. They look for opportunities elsewhere. Tobago is too small, the population is too small for some of the areas that they want to be developed. But for those who want to stay, I am saying as a former teacher that part of your studies, everybody must study principles of business. Because if you are going to open your own business, you need to understand about business. Okay? So these are one of the skills that we need to talk about. Last week, I encountered a young man. He's going to Master University. He's 20 years old, and he's studying auto mechanic technology. I asked him what the course contains. He's doing auto mechanics. There's a business component in it, an apprenticeship, 5 years. We have boys going to the NESC Upper Goldsboro, right? Goldsboro. And they are doing a 2-year course. How can our boys do a 2-year course compared to him who is going to the one of the top universities in the world, master, and doing a 5-year course with a business component and apprenticeship? So these are the kind of things that we have to look at. Meaning to say, in that NESC course of the auto mechanics, we can put the principles of business and we can do an apprenticeship. When we do that, meaning to say, add another year, almost like a degree, add another year to this young man, young woman, so that you're coming up to international standard. I listen to them again, and they're talking about jobs and so on, and they want to buy things with credit card. Before you reach that thing with credit card, you have to know about investment. Too much spending. You have to know about investing. Whether you invest in land, whether you invest in shares, whether you invest in goats and sheep and cows, whatever it is. So we have to talk about that. Too much of credit card and want to buy from Amazon and all that kind of thing. And my cousin said, tell everybody that you made your outfit. Now, all the young ladies taking the card, order the thing from Amazon and so on. But we are encouraging a Chinese industry. What happened to the Tobago industry? What happened to the Tobago designers? Okay? Why can't we be the center of the Caribbean where we make a resort wear? We make it formal wear. This is how we have to think. So it's not so much pulling that card and ordering. We have to stop thinking like that now. What Tobago can do as we talk about development, we have this overwhelming, whether it's 14-1, 15-1, how do we develop Tobago in the next 4 years? We cannot make excuses. The governance, whoever is in charge, that will be Mr. Pardon Augustine, there's no excuses. You have 4 years, now you have to perform. Whatever money you have to make it. We cannot talk about Caribbean Airlines not sending enough flights and Port not sending enough trips and all of that. Lease a plane. Put away your money. Lease a plane for Tobago Carnival with crew. Lease a plane for Easter. Lease a plane for Christmas. Okay? With crew, it was done before. Do not be sending 85 people to Tobago Day and all of that. If you have a delegation of performers with more than 20, you have too many. So you have to cut the fat and put it where it's important. Right? And airlift is important. You're saying we big, we want to do autonomy, put aside our money to lease our plane. When Easter comes, we have a lease plane with crew. Start asking for all your permissions and so on from the airport authority now. And you can show that you are going to help to solve part of the problem instead of talking about how much ships you want to send. If Caribbean Airlines not doing the job, you have to do your part.
I noticed that, sorry, Mr. McFarlane, she touched the education and the outgoing civic education reference to Tobago centered curriculum. Well, please, because I didn't go as far as that question.
Let me say this. Coming from a family of teachers, and I'm a former teacher, I've spoken to everybody. You better explain Tobago centric education to us, because it doesn't make any sense. We are gearing people for an international world. Okay? And therefore, we are looking out. Okay? We are not looking in. Yes, we need to know the history of Tobago. Yes, we know the culinary, the culture, whatever it is. But the Tobago Century will help us. We need to know the languages. My great nieces, they are 5 and 6, they are studying Chinese.
But I don't think the Tobago-centric educational program does not negate anything external.
Yes, but I'm saying you need a big explanation for us teachers to understand.
Yes.
What exactly you mean by that? Because listening to it don't make sense to us.
All right, so
I think we're getting ready to wrap up here, but at the same time, if I should just put in my piece. You know, Chami spoke about the, Sonny, you also spoke about the blueprint and so on. The blueprint, that's a very nice document and so on, and it could take us to another place. But what is the resources that is required? What is the drive? What is the focus that you're using to get this? What is the machinery? What people that you're using to get it, drive this thing? You're looking at the public service. This is where we're operating from, you know, and the public service have to do much more. We have to have a better organized public service to do this kind of thing. You know, Tobago is too small and people leave in, and so on. Every country in the Caribbean islands, every country in the Caribbean, countries across the world, people leave and go to what you might call greener pastures or snow pastures, if there's something like that, or to snow areas, to do better, you know. And then sometimes they come back, and sometimes they come back and invest, sometimes they come back and want to work, sometimes they create opportunities for them to work and contribute. And this is what we must encourage. You know, we must encourage that people just get a work in the public service, like what we used to do a long time. Our grandparents used to say, work in the public service, work with government, and so on. That was a serious investment as far as they were concerned. We have to look beyond that. And as a result of this old-fashioned thinking, where people just want to work in the public service, that is making the public service so cumbersome and so unproductive to move the place forward. The politicians can't do that all by themselves. They need the public service, but they need the public service who could drive the process. And that is what is sadly lacking in this place. And since we're not even sure that we won 12-0 yet, because I remember the last time, 15-0, but I remember the last time, as you were just saying that we were just, it was 11, it was 12, and then afterwards they called back and said is 11, you know, or something like that. So we have to see how we could do things differently. When Orville won at that time, and it was 12-0, right? I think Orville was 12-0 at that time. You know, I have been talking to some accounting people, and the accountants and so on, and the auditors in the THU under serious pressure. You didn't have an opposition, you know, so they had to manage how the money spent, make sure it's spent in keeping with this head and sub-head and that sort of thing, you know. Now you're going to have a similar problem if you do have a strong public service where people are getting to overspending or not spending in a particular area. We saw examples of the PNM, how they were doing, not making no reference to the Procurement Act and the procedures with respect to procuring services. We have to move carefully, and the advice I will give to Fadi and his team is that they get together with the public service, as they normally will do after election, the key public service administrators and plan a way forward, what they would like to do, how they can do it, and do these things legally. You know, that is what they're there for, especially in these times where it's around 15-0, you know. So we have to pay some attention to that. Things take too long for public service or for the mantra, the greatest little island on the planet, where people have to wait so long to get approvals for doing different things. I went through something on country planning, you know, things in health, you know, different divisions have different service that they offer to the public, and it's not quick. And it could be done, and people walking over things, files go missing when you have to make a decision. For years, files go missing because the public service want to execute a position of the chief secretary or the secretary. You know, we have to change that. We have to change that. The public service must become much more people-centered, people-driven, progress-driven, and get things done in a particular way. And you have to keep an eye and work closely with your secretary
and protect your secretary, and the secretaries have to protect the administrators and the service as well. There must be a serious level of collaboration, and they must feel and that is important for them to work together, and not when a public servant agree to execute a position of a secretary, you just transfer the administrator. Them things they can't work, man. Let me work together. Let us understand that we all not perfect. We all will have different views and doing different things, and let us move forward. If we could get the public service to work closely with the secretaries and the administration, I think things will work much smoother and much better for this island.
If I may, sorry, but if I may, right? I think Tobago is in good hands. I think this election result says that Tobago is in good hands. And this administration that just finished the 4 years, we have to remember the first 3 years were severely underfunded. Even coming into the 4th year, we have never realized the kind of funding that could afford us the development foundational works we want to do. Because, and I take what Mr. McFarlane is saying, and if this administration doesn't learn from the 12-0 of Orville time, because 15-0 is not a lifetime sentence in a luxury space. This is politics. And we realize that if you could move from 12-0 to 14-1 to 15, no, you could be 12-0 to 1-14, then to 0-15. If this administration, the Augustine administration, doesn't learn from that and seek to put systems in place to ensure, to let the population know, well, look, this is where we are, this is where we're going, this is the accountability system in place, so the general public knows exactly what's going on. And I don't know, but the autonomy bill might create that avenue for us to have a watchdog in the house. Whether for cases like this, when you have 15, we could have another voice, a countering voice to what's happening. So I think that we're in a good place. Well, politically, the Chief Secretary and his team is in a perfect place. But as an island, once I think the Chief is also conscientious enough to realize what the people will be looking for. Because that's how Watson Duke and his dog and everybody started this party, because it was 12-0 and we were not getting good accountability for what was happening in the THA. So I'm feeling good. I think Party is well capable, because the island is showing they have the confidence in him to put him and his team back there. This time 15-0, and let's see where it goes from there. And I think Mr. McFarlane makes some excellent points about administration and how things should be done.
I just wanted to say one thing, I'm picking up from Jerry here. Yes, the people have spoken. This is what we are in. We are in the opposite. The people have spoken. But I want to pick up from Jerry what Jerry said, because I listened to the Chief Secretary, and I'm talking about the Town and Country Planning Division that was supposed to come to Tobago for the lobby. The Chief Secretary said he's going to physically bring it. Yeah, okay, I agree with you. But let me say it, I'm picking up on Jerry here. We have to change the mindset. If Mrs. James carrying her plans to do her development inside Town and Country Planning, and you watch the plan and everything and say, well, she wants to do more development for, and push it aside, and I don't get approval for the next 2 years, my interest is running, my bankers are calling, my lawyers are calling, then it better leave the Town and Country Planning where it is in Trinidad. This is what I would say as of today. Okay, so we have to change the mindset on who we are, how we think. Just what Jerry said, how we think, how we going to execute. If you have your town planning for the development of Tobago, there's no need for you to have 3 months running, 4 months, 2 years, and nobody can tell you if you're going to get your project approved or not.
Countering that practice is the basis on which we are trying to bring it back to Tobago. Because that is what actually obtains no. And this is where, based on the concerns of our citizenry, we are seeking to bring it into Tobago. Because there are times I had to go to meet committees at the Twin Towers in Port of Spain to get my business done. And I'm sitting there before a panel of 10 people, 1 from Tobago and 9 from Trinidad, and they're telling me that my plans cannot work. And the one from Tobago never even visited the site. So we need to change that. And I'm sitting in the room and I'm saying that these are the concerns that are putting this pressure on the system to bring it to Tobago. I just this sense in fighting for something when you don't have plans to really enjoy the victory when you get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So I wanted to share a couple of things. Right. Listening to everyone, I want to remind everyone of a concept that we too don't need that. Right. So you present ideas. You're doing this for years, and at the end of the investment, what do you get back? Right. That is supposed to be reflected in the GDP. It's supposed to be reflected in a lot of different ways. For example, your crime, your business level, right, youth, all of these different things need to be reviewed. And that is how you can judge the impact and the value of what's going on inside of any administration. We need to take stock of the priorities being presented. So throughout the years, we've seen comprehensive economic plan, Tobago development plan, right? Tobago development plan was like 98 or 97, CDP was on that, and out of these plans, nothing came. A lot of times over the years, plans have been shared, and the priorities have not been actually demonstrated in the space. What is the first thing you're going to do? And what is the return on investment on that thing? And is it actually benefiting the people of Tobago? Right? At the end of the day, you have many people who observe Tobago and with sympathy. Tobago produces nothing. That's a problem. And I hear former Assemblyman Craig, right, very clearly, right? Yeah, you know, there are many problems accepted. There are many issues to consider. But at the end of the day, the task comes down to your administration within 4 years and their ability to garner investors, their ability to garner other entities like foundations, your NGOs, your cooperatives. How are all of these entities being corralled in order to gain grants and other sources of funds that can come from other entities? These are all options available to Tobagonians without even the impact of THA. But for some reason, these things do not actually benefit our people. And the THA, even though it may not directly be able to help with these things, they or be involved in these things, they can support. Right, there's a huge support role just by the human capital that is the THA. Right, so the discussion regarding the amount of money that Trinidad gets is a separate discussion from what Tobago can produce on its own. Right, because you know what Trinidad gives, or whatever Trinidad gives, right? But that's money that we are owed, right? And that's the percentage we are owed, and we get within that range, right? We want more, we always want more. But then when we get that money, what are we doing with it, right? The Poor Choy Charles would have been getting $320 or $20 million to run all of Tobago, and he complained, but he was able to get a lot of things done.
I think was a different work ethic was different. You know, people ensure that listen, we have this little bit of money. People work until 4 o'clock, and even after 4, you know, we didn't have this thing. I mean, I talking to a secretary, she tell me that, you know, this person come to them and tell them, I want a job like my daddy. He don't have to go to work and he getting paid. You understand? How we could function like that? How on earth could we function like that? You know, so we have to change things and get people done. I always have to draw the reference of and getting done in a particular way. The Book Reef Trust some years ago wanted to get a 501c3 certification from the US. You know, as an NGO and operated in the US and the US thing and so on. They told us this will be approved in 199 days. Tell us that, you know. I surprised one of the days I'm in the office and think somebody get a phone call at the 199th day. This is the case. I don't mind if you tell me I put in an application for something and they tell me this will be completed in 2 weeks. I want to know it completed in 2 weeks. But you find a reason before the end of the 2 weeks. If I have to adjust something, you adjust it. Don't wait till the end of the 2 weeks to tell me that.
And I think that is when the greatest
different approach towards doing things here.
Line really takes root. It takes root based on the attitude of the people.
and there's some kind of major retraining to happen, cultural kind of reshuffling. So we understand that we all buy into the concept or the idea of the reality that we could become the greatest airline on the planet, and we understand what we need to do to accomplish it.
But along with that, right, you can't be doing that in a system of chaos, right? ISO standards are there for a reason, right? Within the TH, and I was, when it was the deputy chief, like I was policy development director, because there are no straight policies for doing things in the TH. A lot of things are done by common practice, or what the individual in the post normally does, or did before, right? So like you mentioned, right? I remember talking with Mr. Baird, and Mr. Baird had to, in his office, had to pull out a notebook, line it up and say, when somebody comes, write the date, write what they need, and write what they want, and remarks. And then he would come and read that so he could follow. This is a simple process, but things like that are not in place. In many ways, that's how a lot of requests get lost in the system. That's where a lot of follow-ups don't get done. That is why people overshadow the system and instead of dealing with the system, they go directly to their assemblyman, or they try and call and bombard the chief sec phone, right? Which of course is too much for anybody to deal with. So there are a lot of practical things that can be solved by simple standardization. Right? And as part of that, you actually need to deal with digitization of the system. Things are done still with pen and paper. That slows down a lot of process, a lot of red tape, and you may make a decision in the executive council, and that goes through a minute sheet, and people on the panel know how that goes, and somehow that needs to filter down to an action. And how is that process actually occurring? If I, as a foreigner, come with an idea, who am I supposed to meet? Is there a clear system of approach to do something in mitigation? That's absent. I'm not going to say that's 0%, but if you look for a policy booklet in any of the various divisions, can you find one that tells you how to do something?
There's a policy booklet for the public service.
Yes,
that they give to board directors and all of that. So
Yes.
It does exist.
Yes.
Whether you use it or not is a different story, but it does exist.
So to go with that, there are corporate governance, there's a bunch of clear outlines, but there are specific things to any workplace or space that you need to make policies for, to govern how you handle situations. Like a random person comes in to report something at CPEP or whatever. What is the process?
But all that is part of your administrators, you see. Because the politicians are not administrators, okay? The administrators and the permanent secretary are supposed to guide the politicians as to what they can and cannot do. But remember, the administrator or the /permanent secretary is the accounting officer. Yeah. No politician can sign a check, okay? Right? But I want to make a little point here. Every government all over the world have business people in the government, okay? Every government all over the world have business people. And now it's time for Mr. Farley to look far and wide and find some business people
notwithstanding the fact that I think we ran an extremely good race and an extremely good campaign, the people of Tobago have spoken, and such is democracy. And I want to thank the people that supported the PNM. I want to thank the candidates, some of them here with me this evening. The 14 of them, excellent, outstanding individuals who offered themselves at a very difficult time for the People's National Movement, trying to move from opposition back into the Tobago House of Assembly, offering the people of Tobago something different, something bold, something new, to put Tobago first again. It was not meant to be, obviously, and as I said before, that is democracy at work. And as is always the case in the PNM, we respect the wishes of the people of Tobago and we accept these results in this election. I want to thank our supporters, the campaign team. There are people out there who chose to register their support for the PNM, signaling that they believed in what the PNM has to offer the people of Tobago at this point in time. But in democracy, in this kind of democracy, the majority rules. And some of the seats we lost by very narrow margins. We don't have the final numbers as yet. But I expect there to be some recounts along the way. I think, Kelvin, you lost your seat by 17 votes, so obviously there will be a recount. Wednesday, and I will be calling it a day or perhaps a week in politics, right? I think I have offered myself to the people of Tobago from 2012 at a very tender age to now. I had the opportunity to serve as an assemblyman. Deputy presiding officer, and then most recently as chief secretary. And as usual, when you preside over a defeat, it is usual for the political leader to step. I want to say thanks to the people of Tobago and the people of this party for the opportunity to serve. It is not something I took lightly over the years. I considered it a great opportunity and a great responsibility to serve the people of Tobago, right? But following the results of this election, I will be stepping aside at an appropriate time. Of course, it will be done responsibly to ensure that there is, as long as possible, a transition to whoever will emerge as the next leader of the PNM in Tobago. In fact, we are due to have internal elections in April of this year, which is in 3 months. And I will discuss with the leadership all the possibilities, including the possibility of having the internal elections sooner than they are due, so that we can transition and prepare for the next 4 years and prepare to hold the next or the same THA administration accountable as far as we possibly can.
What do you think of the PNM? Where did the PNM go wrong?
Well, it's difficult to say at this point. I really cannot evaluate at this point in time and say to you that there are things, especially during the last 3 or so months, that we would have done differently. Again, I think the campaign was an excellent one from all reports. I think the messaging was very appropriate and relevant. I think there were sufficient issues in this election that we highlighted. And of course, we will do the necessary analysis of the election results at the appropriate time. In fact, the campaign team will meet before the end of this week, and the leadership as well will meet to discuss the outcome of this election and to see how we go forward.
Mr. Augustin would have said earlier today that, you know, the issue of the radar is not something that swayed the voters.
Well, it's difficult to see because, again, without analyzing the results carefully, it's difficult to see because when you evaluate the results of the election, points to this administration winning with less votes, significantly less votes it appears to be, and I don't have all the numbers at present, but I'm just talking based on the information I've seen. Less votes than they won in 2021. So it points to a certain level of lethargy and a certain level of disinterest in the people of Tobago, where this particular election was concerned. But the radar is an issue and it will continue to be an issue as long as we continue to have that radar in Tobago. But of course, the results of the election can certainly be taken as an indication that the people of Tobago may have no issue with the radar, among other things that transpired over the last 4 years.
The TPP at the Esplanade is claiming that 15-0. Can you confirm or deny? And it's still preliminary figures at this point in time.
Right, so I don't have the final results. What I can say is that we have lost the election. I don't know how many seats, I don't know the margins as yet, but we have lost the election as I conceded before.
Well, we were told by the EDC's CEO is that preliminary results indicate 15-0 in favor of the TPP.
And again, I have not seen the preliminary results as yet.
People are already saying that it seems as though the PNM is dead in Tobago. Could you respond to that?
The PNM will never die. The PNM will never die. You see, and anybody who says that does not understand the history of the politics and the history of the PNM. From 1980 to 2001, more times than not, in fact, all the time, I think we had just one seat in the Tobago House of Assembly. We rose to taking responsibility for the Tobago House of Assembly for 21 years. And anybody who says that the PNM is dead does not understand the political history of the PNM and of this island and this extension. So the PNM is not dead. We are certainly defeated tonight, and we are not sore losers. We will never be sore losers. In fact, I am in very good spirits. I've accepted learning. I don't like to call it losing, but I've accepted learning as a part of life. And of course, going into any undertaking, you always, and maybe it's a life lesson for all of us, you always have to be prepared for any outcome.
Presentation, if it is in fact 15-0, of course there would not be position. So envision a Tobago House of Assembly over the next 4 years.
Well, if that's what the people of Tobago chose, then all of us will have to live with it. But I can tell you that as a political party, under new leadership at the appropriate time, I am sure that systems will be put in place to try as best as possible to hold this administration accountable. And we have said a lot on the platform in this election campaign, and therefore I will not repeat it. But it is very important that we find ways to hold this administration accountable to the people of Tobago, or else we will continue to have even greater issues than we had over the last 4 years.
In the past few elections, we saw, I think, 57% voter turnout, just short of it. In 2021, it would have been about 50% upwards for the past few elections. It seems as though it's a low voter turnout. Do you think there's not enough confidence in the voters in Tobago itself?
Yes, I did indicate earlier that there seems to be some lethargy. And the people of Tobago may perhaps be losing interest. And this election perhaps indicates that people are not necessarily satisfied with the governance given to them over the last 4 years, and understandably so. But for some reason, notwithstanding the fact that I think we had a solid campaign, a solid message, and so on, people were not moved towards supporting the People's National Movement or towards supporting change. And I must admit that I saw those indications earlier when I realized that the voter turnout was not as high as I expected it to be.
Do you think you not stepping down or stepping aside as leader of the PNM Tobago Council would have contributed to today's defeat?
Perhaps, I don't know. In 2021, we lost an election like tonight, right? 14-1. And I decided to take on the responsibility of leading the party at that time. Could I have stepped down? Perhaps I could have. But I don't think it would have been in the best interest of the party to step down during that 4-year period. But I'm stepping down very soon. And I hope that will make a lot of people more happier.
When did you notice this dissatisfaction among the electorate in Tobago? Was it during the campaign? Was it earlier on?
The dissatisfaction with what exactly?
The voters in Tobago. Is it something that you noticed during the campaign trail when you were talking to people?
No, not necessarily. In fact, as I said, the campaign was very vibrant, very energetic. We were able to attract massive amounts of people to meetings, Tobagonians. We were having the conversations on the ground. The candidates were talking to people, talking to the electorate, and our information is that people were dissatisfied. But for some reason, on election day, that dissatisfaction was not reflected in the results.
Some are saying that, while it is a sweep, it is not something to celebrate because of the voter turnout. Do you share that same sentiment? Because it seems like people are just dissatisfied with...
Yeah, and I did indicate that before, that the low voter turnout signals some level of disinterest in the process, or a significant level of dissatisfaction, that we don't like what happened over the last 4 years, but we're still not prepared to support the change. I've heard people say, well, let's give them some more time. We have said on the campaign trail, some more time to do what? To further abuse and victimize Tobagonians. But again, the people decided, and we respect the results. And yes, the results were pretty close in a number of the seats. And elections and election nights are about swings. And we did not achieve the swing that was needed to bring home the majority of seats.
There's also the comment that there are no longer any safe seat for the PNM in Tobago with these results tonight. Just respond to that.
There's no safe seat anywhere in Tobago. As I said, it's about swings, and the swing could go either way at any point in time. In an electorate of 3,000 people per district, where the margins of victory are, I guess you consider 700 votes a landslide victory. In the context of Trinidad, a landslide is about 7,000, 5,000 plus votes. That 7,000 landslide, all it takes is a swing of 350 votes to erase that, and that can happen very, very easily.
Just one last question. I just want you to speak directly to your supporters, those who are actually having a hard time with the results. Just speak directly to them. What would you say to them?
Well, I'll say to them, do not lose hope in the PNM, and do not lose hope in Tobago. Right? The elections are over, and you must continue to do the work to build our party and to build this island. And I want to say that there is a lot of work for the members of this party to continue to do, and there's a lot of work for the next leader to do, so that hopefully in the next 4 years we will be able to attract the kind of support from the people of Tobago to make a difference in the next Tobago House of Assembly elections.
Mr. Dennis, we've heard from you so far. Let's talk to Mr. Morris. One question. Are you going to be putting your hat into the ring for leader of the PNM?
Well, clearly one was not enough. But that question doesn't arise at this time. We take it one day at a time. I'm still contemplating whether we will. The political leader and I will decide about the recount, and we take it from there. And, so it's all a matter of taking one step at a time. The first thing, we analyze and assess whether we do the recount, and thereafter we see the results of that, and we go forward from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Come shit.
Focusing back on the gender political leader, the PNM Council Tobago, Ansel Dennis, with his conceding speech, admitting that the party failed, and although all the seats that were lost, he indicated that they were pretty narrow, and they're contemplating some recount, maybe some seats, and they're looking at taking the next step forward. And he indicated also that he will resign as the political leader in Tobago, and the deputy political leader is one of the deputy political leaders in the national party. So he's taking his exit and reforming the Tobago. You know, people felt that there would have been a lot of sympathy, especially for him, in Buku because of the so-called traitor. You know, that showing his allegiance to the TPP. What you would think about that? Was there any sympathy vote? Or there was just, as some people were saying as well, even some PNM people said to me that they were kind of dissatisfied with the PNM and its leadership here in Tobago, and they really wanted change.
I think it's a numbers game, right? You have all of the non-municipal, non-PNM people, right, would have essentially by default voting, right? And then even naturally you would have a lot of people on this side so if it was a pure PNM versus TVP, I mean we have a perfect person on the panel to talk about that, right? That dynamic is a harder win for TVP than having somebody who was in the PNM camp and has a lot of PNM, but then transitions to the other side right before.
And that may be evident because there's some disenchantment within the PNM.
And so, you know, we have to note that Mr. Dinoon would have tried to be more in the front lines and has to cede to Mr. Dennis for many different election cycles. And in that way, he's not been allowed to grow in a sense, right? This natural progression would have been to be a candidate for the PNM, and that has been his time. So now we got the opportunity to treat this and gain a calculation.
I think it sounds like you're on the ground in Bukuma, because what you said is what I heard on the ground also, you know. And I think after Mr. Dennis lost in 21, and then he led the party to a second defeat at the general elections last year in April. Some folks within the party thought it was about time in one of Tuesday. He was of the view that he could revive his career with this election, and we see that was not done. So the obvious decision was for Mr. Mr. Dinoon was the heir apparent for a while. Young, bright, man of letters, and commanded the village council too, so he had some influence in the community. And the chief secretary, as he is trending, and the young voters will gravitate to a combination of Mr. Dinoon and partnership as understood. So you get a kind of perfect storm there for voting results.
I remember predicting the elections in the 12-0, and at the end of the results I was at another station, and I said at the end of the day, when God walk, man struck. When God walk, so today I could say the same thing. When God walk, man struck. You know, so these things are in God's hands, but the people in their wisdom decided that this is what they want to do, and this is who they want to go with. I mean, I think, Chan, when you think about it too, I mean, the government changed in Trinidad. The PNM don't have that kind of support in Trinidad, so it'll be really difficult from a political point of view, you know, to see the PNM winning in Tobago given that kind of situation nationally, you know. And there are a number of issues that they brought out about the last administration of the PNM in Tobago and how they operated. And those are some really telling stories that came, especially when they talk about some of these contractors, how they got their contracts, and some of the other issues. But notwithstanding that, there are issues
that people talk about this present administration, Fali administration, some issues that I think they have to deal with seriously with the situation with the ambulance thing. Now, I made a big noise, that's the big issues about that. And the other issues that I think, that the new administration will have to pay close attention to, because this second term, I tell you, people give you a chance to do some corrections, adjust, meet people, reach out to people, respond to people. That is very critical for this party in its second term. And many times I hear them talk, and I'm invited to meetings to discuss finance and budgeting for the administration, for different administrations really. I'm invited to some of these meetings. And I always tell them that regardless of how much money we have or get or allocated from central government, we have to do much more than that. Butcher Charles used much less because we had a different work ethic and so on. Not recognizing or understanding some of the so-called corrupt practices and the ring ban and all this sort of thing that people weren't happy with, But people used to work with little funds and did a lot of things. The Division of Works was responsible for doing major buildings on this island, schools, bridges, and that sort of thing. We never had to give contractors these projects, Why can't we not return to that? Because there's skilled people in the Division of Works, engineers and so on. So we are more engineers now in works than we had in my time.
So could I ask? I mean, I know time is expired, right? But we saw a pattern where the era you speak of brought us right up to the Butcher Charles administration. And after he left office, we had 21 years. That's enough to have a total culture shift. Because after the first 4 years of London, I remember one of the main tools that was used to keep a committed electorate was the morning walk thing. It's during that 21 years that whole working philosophy, etiquette just changing. 21 years is sufficient time to imprint your whole population with another standard culture.
Well, what nobody's talking about is that you have to have a leader with a vision. And Butcher Charles has been our last leader with a vision. Right? Okay. You had a scholarship program, you had the infrastructure like what Jerry talked about, and so on. Yes, he made his mistakes. He was stubborn like a lot of the Tobagonian leaders. I like it, don't put your head about that. Right? But he had a vision that is lasting. A lot of the doctors up in the hospital there and all over the world is from Butcher Charles. Right? Yeah. And when Auburn came, he refused to renew the contract with St. George's University. A big mistake, you see? So that the leader must have a vision.
And the leader had to be grounded with the people,
yes,
and understand where your weaknesses are and take steps to build on that. I will tell them from time to time, listen, the money you're asking for will never ever be enough based on your work ethics and so on from the public service and the And so what we have to do, and what many of us have tried, will be doing, is working with international agencies to get funding to do some of the projects that maybe the THA may not be able to do in a particular way and complete in a particular time frame. Some of the international agencies that a few of us have been talking to, we want to do work in Tobago, and serious projects that we're talking about. We want to do that in Tobago, but sometimes when you submit these things, they take a little time before you get response, and to see if there could be better collaboration with the THA and these international agencies and the local strategic partners and so on. We have to think seriously of amending some of these challenges and getting people to work and look at outside opportunity. I have no discussion to talk to no minister, to beg him for money and to beg for more allocation. I have no discussion, no time for that. Let us find ways of getting things done, getting people to work together with private sector organizations, international organizations to do some critical things for this island. One of the things I would like to see happen is that a major agricultural transformation project will be done where we don't have the bureaucracy and all these problems of things taking a long time to process. There is another project that could be done
and could be done here in
I
Tobago.
want to say one final thing, Jerry, because I know you're ready to wind up. But whatever we are doing, we must have some kind of collaboration with people. For example, you have friendship estate was acquired. But you have not had a discussion with the people as to what you're going to do in friendship estate. I understand you have plans, but you didn't discuss it with the people. You have to have a collaboration with it. It is their assets, you know. It's not yours alone. It is their assets. People like me have to live next door to you. Okay? So I must have an idea of what I would like to see near to me. So you can't just have, well, this is a plan, we have a friendship and we're going to put it out. No. You have to sit down now. Here we have the plans. What do you all think, population? What do you think we should do with this vast estate? You might be surprised at the kind of ideas that will come out of that. So you can't just leave it for you alone, you and your little group. No. You have to have a bigger thing. It's a 300 and something acre estate. Okay? And it doesn't have much soil. It only has 1 inch of soil. So therefore, you have to know what you are doing. And I am saying projects, tourism projects, things you want to do in tourism, you want to do you have
collaboration and consultation.
Collaborate and consult. That has been missing in the last 4 years.
One thing we will, right, just quickly, what has been missing has been, to your point, a land use policy. There is no land use policy for Tobago. We haven't seen a land use policy, but the policy would demonstrate that for every piece of property in Tobago, that you could say, here's where fisheries is, here's where manufacturing will be, here's where your heritage park will be, here's where every aspect that's linked to each division of THE will exist. And then once you have that laid out, and I would say in a map form, so it's visual, right? A large PDF where you could zoom in and see everything, right? Now you can approach investors speaking to one specific area, right? And when that area is done, it's in context. It's not an isolated development that then gets put down where something else goes and waste government funds. You want to have things that make sense, that you can share with people. That see, we invested all this money here. People would not understand it on its own, but in the context of the land use policy, they know why it's being done. It's a discussion and a continuous development. It also easily helps you develop your priorities, when after you've got this company. So I would strongly suggest that if the THE decides to hire the necessary people to structure, and it gives not just for the party teaching. This is a THE document for teaching going forward beyond 4 years, because these plans are not a 4-year plan. Some things require 10 years, 20 years vision, right? So if that vision makes sense and you accept it, then you start to act on it, then everybody can buy into it and have long-term basis, and you can pull new parties to welcome, if they're going to actually help this.
All right. Okay, folks, well, this brings us to the end of this discussion that we're having here, this panel discussion, election 2026, the THE election 2026 countdown to the results. We got the results, 15-0. The TPT won all 15 seats, and most of them not very convincingly, but at the same time, a victory is a victory if it is by one. Just like the panel study here, he won by 3 votes or 2 votes when he defeated the same Ancesaris and the last election. But this politics is a dynamic thing, and it's changing, and you have to make people centered, and you have to respond to people's needs. You have to have a overriding vision of where you want to go and how you're going to do things, how you're going to accomplish them, and be grounded in your communities and be sensitive to their needs and their aspirations as well. So with that, we want to thank all the people, my panelists here, Ned, Charmaine, and Sonny, for being part of this team and given the opportunity to be grateful to Tobago Updates for having us to do this. I think it's my second time doing this with Tobago Updates. I did that at the other station as well in the past. So thank you very much for the viewing public and all the comments and responses I'm getting on my phone and all the concerns and the congratulations. Thank you all very much. We hope you enjoyed the night, and some people will be going to celebrate just across the road at the Esplanade here in Chicago. See you next time. Another interesting program by Tobago Updates. Good night.
Viewers, on this side, the data analytical side of Decision 2026. Behind me is the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly for the foreseeable 4 years, Fali Chavez Augustine, who won by a landslide in his electoral district of Apalativia, Lansford Speyside. The Tobago People's Party now gathering at the Esplanade in downtown Scarborough. As we see, the map of Tobago has turned blue. It is indeed the blue wave, and the people of this island have chosen to go with the plans of the blueprint presented by the Tobago People's Party, their way forward for the island for the next 20 years. Parties would have campaigned for a duration of just a few days shy of 6 weeks. Many salient topics would have come up during that period, and Tobagonians chose to go out and cast their votes in support of the Tobago People's Party because they believe in that vision. 15-0. It's almost like a 2012 deja vu. Here we are again, the Tobago House of Assembly governed by one political party, no opposition. But if we take a look back in that time, we would have seen Chief Secretary Orville London write to the then president and ask for an opposition to be implemented then, and we did have one. So we're not sure how the Tobago People's Party is going to steer this period forward. We might know something later on this week, at least by Friday, when persons are sworn into their positions. So will the Tobago People's Party sit in that horseshoe chamber by themselves, or will they bring on 1 or 2 persons to have an opposition? We know that oppositions keep governments in check, and it is at the very center of a democracy. But again, a 15-0. Tobago is totally blue. It is a blue wave. The blue wave has taken over. It is a tide. The Esplanade is totally blue. Everyone has gathered there earlier tonight at the Tobago People's Party headquarters here on the Port Mall. Jubilation screams are erupted from the halls. Lots of celebration. The supporters there at the Tobago People's Party overjoyed. They have gathered down at the Esplanade, and of course Tobago Updates Television, we're going to take you there because the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Fali Chavez Augustine, he's going to give his victory speech. We saw earlier that the political leader of the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement, and he was also the candidate for the Buku Mount Pleasant District, Ansel Dennis, conceding with Kelvin Morris next to him as well, and Petal Daniel Benoit, who was the minority councillor. Mr. Dennis saying that this year the party has their internal elections and he will be stepping aside. He will be stepping aside, so we will see the People's National Movement Tobago Council having a new leadership here on the island. Again, it is left to be seen what the Tobago People's Party will do, whether they will govern wholly and solely by themselves or whether they would advocate for an opposition within that horseshoe chamber, within the Assembly legislature. Again, jubilation is down there at the Esplanade, and we're going to take you down there so that you can hear what your Chief Secretary for the next 4 years have to say. As the people of Tobago bought into the blueprint, are looking forward to the blueprint and the presentation, the implementation implementation of what was promised in that blueprint. Again, Tobago has gone blue. It is really finally the blue wave. I'm Lavion Cupid, and thank you so much for tuning in to Tobago Updates Television. Be sure to wake up early with us tomorrow for sunrise starting at 6:15 a.m. as we speak to elected assemblymen and also political analysts, and we dive into those post-election conversations. Wishing you a pleasant night.
is that we are always seeking to build a coalition of the competent and the willing. We have always opened our doors to Tobagonians regardless of which political persuasion they held before. That's why Ms. Panting is here. That's why we have people from Tobago Forwards here. That's why we have people from TOP here. And tonight, our latest addition came across from the PNM to us some days before and he has completed the process of ending the career of the political leader. It was therefore Mr. Stephen is a massive victory, a landslide victory for Pimon Yu. And early in the night, when we got to 14-1, and we started praying some more, because there's an area that we wanted more than every other area. To my beautiful wife, who is by my side, who has been my strongest rock, my biggest support for all these years. When I got into politics in 2017, we were not married yet. We got engaged sometime thereafter. We got married some 2 days after being sworn in as Chief Secretary in 2021. And she's still solidly behind and at my side. And I want to thank her. And of course, my daughter is somewhere in the family. Thank you very much for the support and for the patience and for all of the long nights you allowed laboring for the people of Tobago. Tonight, however, while we celebrate winning all 15 seats, I want us to be clear that we must be gracious in victory. Our campaign said that Tobago is we. That means that the Tobago we represent includes those that did not vote for us. And I want to say that as long as I'm the leader of this team, we will ensure that all Tobagonians, all of Tobago, whether you are black, blue, red, white, or indifferent, that you are provided for by the Tobago House of Assembly. This means that even people I made unsavory comments against. I want you to know, sir, that this Tobago House of Assembly will help to build your capacity and will grow and develop into your truest potential, because we will be a Tobago House of Assembly of Tobago and not some of Tobago. On Thursday this week, in keeping with the Tobago House of Assembly Act number 40 of 1996, the President, barring no extenuating circumstances, should be on island to have sworn in all members of the Assembly, a Chief Secretary and a Deputy Chief Secretary. To be critical, to share criticism, and to even engage with area representatives on what they would like to see. But the Tobago People's Party has demonstrated our willingness to allow democracy to reign. Just look at our nomination process. Look at how many people were critical, who thought I picked the wrong people here or there. Those who were very vociferous, you see them here tonight, because our party is not about alienating voices that are different. Our party is about including all opinions, even when the opinions are not in the majority. I want to say to you, Tobago, that we have work to do. When we say Tobago is we, it's not just what the Tobago House of Assembly can do for you, but what you and me, you and this team can do together in building out the greatest little island on the planet. Believe that we can become the greatest little island on the planet, and that requires all hands on deck. There is sufficient work for everybody to do in building out this greatest little island on the planet. I cannot have the night pass without acknowledging a surprise endorsement that we received from the founder, the owner, the leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, who decided it would have been best to sit this election out and to give his endorsement of support to the Tobago People's Party. And so I must acknowledge and thank him for his support. The Tobago we will be building out will require as our first object of governance is getting our autonomy bills done. Tobago requires greater autonomy at this time, and that means that all people from all political parties, all villages must get involved in building out what that platform will look like. Tonight is not a night for long speeches. And so I want to again say thanks to all of you, special thanks to members of the media. I know we get our friends from Trinidad at least once every 4 years. And we are happy to have you here. We are happy to engage with all of you. That includes you too, Akash. Know that Tobago love all of you. To our friends at the Newsday, unfortunately, I know this is your closing assignment, and I wish you all the best on your future endeavors. But we continue to cherish press freedom as an integral part of our democracy, notwithstanding the changing methods through which we communicate with the public. Tobago, tonight is a night for celebration. And while I say we have plenty of work for all of us to do, tonight we are allowing you to relax a bit. Don't fight up too much. We will do the work. My very good friend and brother from Trinidad, he flew up to Tobago and no cost us to celebrate with us. He was with us at the launch of our campaign right here. And the young brother is here with us tonight. Young brother is here with us tonight. So we thank you, brother, for being here, for your support. Thanks to all of the artists that sang and performed, all of our campaign managers, the entire logistics team, our media and communication team, our canvassers, those who were involved in tele-canvassing and calling, the team that led our data operations, our data center, our consultants, we thank you. We want to thank everybody who labored. And if by chance I forgot your team, please note it's not on purpose. We want to thank our drivers. We want to thank our maxi taxi drivers, our truck drivers, those who drove the trucks and the speaker cars. I want to take this opportunity because I'm seeing many of them here. There are some who served with us in our first 4 years that were not candidates in this election, who I think served us even more beautifully during this campaign. We have here tonight people like Mr. Niall George, people like Mr. Sonny Craig, people like Pastor Terrence Bates, people like Joel Sampson who moved on to greener pastures. I want to say to all of you, I want to say to all of you that in this administration that there is still work for you to do, and I will be calling on you all to assist us and to work with the administration in areas where your talent exists. I want to acknowledge and thank for his efforts our Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Mr. David Joseph Thomas. The latest person or the last person to join us in the THA was Mrs. Petalan Roberts. And I want to thank Mrs. Petalan Roberts for her excellence always. I also see present here Mrs. Sertica Williams Orr, who was a guiding mentor at the start of our first 4 years, and I thank you. I also want to acknowledge, I want to big up, I want us to say a loud thank you to Miss Tashia Grace Boris, that served as our Secretary of Tuition. Will forever be for one and for all Tobago Indigenous Carnival. Thank you for your service. And of course, all of our boards and committees that served over the past 4 years, we say thank you. Tonight, as we begin to organize the new government, I want to signal to the Chief Administrator and the administrators that we are coming. I want to signal to public officers who thought that this was a flux and 4 years will pass and we'll be gone. Please know that we ain't gone nowhere. We're there right here. But we are here to work with you in building out not at war. Tobago is we. Tobago is we. And that includes all of us. And so again, I want to say thank you to every single person that served this campaign, that served this government, that served in our districts. I want to thank, and I must say this, because when it was announced on the other side that somehow we got big money from somewhere to fund this campaign, what they did not know is that we were catching our tail and patching from small Tobago contributors. And I want to thank all of you Tobagonians who have contributed to this campaign. Those of you who we are still owing, we certainly will settle our debt to you. And thank you for your support. The past executive council, I thank you. The former presiding officer of the Tobago House of Assembly, Miss Abby Taylor. And Miss Abby Taylor is on record as our youngest substantive presiding officer in the history of the Tobago House of Assembly. Thank you. I want to acknowledge and thank, and I'm not seeing her here tonight, but I spoke on the phone, chairman of the party, chairman of this great party, Miss Anne, well, she's a little shorter, so I might not see her, but chairman of the party, Miss Anne Natasha, second, all members of the party executive, all party executive members, I thank you very much. So I think I've spoken enough. Young brother, I know he has to go to Trinidad. Where is a question the media has? We have plenty of time for questions. Right? Tonight is a night for us to celebrate. Tonight is a night for us to jump up. And if you had voted red today, and it didn't win, you could still jump up with me. Tobago is one family. I want to ask now that our supporters go down to the lower part of the rotunda, so this entire area will be converted into a stage as they move the lectern. So we ask that they dress back this way, please. So let's go down. Don't worry, I'll be coming among you to greet you, so you'll get to talk to me, right? So let's inch down, inch by inch. Let's go down inch by inch, inch by inch. Yeah. You send me a link? You send me a link? You send me a link? Well, 10:30 is fine. 10:30. Alright, no problem. Let's make our way down. Let's make our way down, please. I'll do this every time.
Oh, yeah, watch how we do it, dance. Watch you dance, eh? Watch you dance. Watch it. Just like this, like this. Tell them, I go wait, I go. I want to see you jump up, jump up, jump up. I'm not no so good, I know that I let you go. Just come take it on my love, Jesus, don't be afraid, can't don't reject me. Why don't you throw it back where we fell? But the more you resist, the more they come. It's like throwing sugar on the ground and watching. From the front to the back, we're going with the dance one more time. We're going this way first. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Right back, fella. Just like this. Until you succeed. Big submarine. Big submarine. Hold on. Nicole, Nicole, Nicole. Hold on, Timmy. If you told. Hold on, naughty. Till I need up my feeling in my head. Till I need up my feeling in the church. Till I need up my death in the morning. Say come on, all on for you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Make some reading. We're all more proud to be one young woman and then put her in the sky. All proud to be one woman, put her in the sky. Wave them, wave them, wave them, wave them. Sometimes it's so good to see you from the front. Can you have it? No, come here, go. Sometimes it's so good to see you from the front. Can you have it? Set to right, set to right, set to right. She could keep the people on it, that's what she wants. I think I can have it, I think I can have it. What you gonna